Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Costanza's in the building. What's up, Costanza? Welcome in. Y'all, welcome into the live stream. How y'all feeling today? For Slater, welcome in. Thank y'all so much for tapping into the stream today. How are y'all feeling? Let me move this over just a hair. Just a hair. What's up, Forrest? Welcome in. Jay Brown's in the building. If y'all are coming in for the first time off the For You page or wherever you may be coming in from, let me know where you are joining the live stream from, as well as if you make music, what kind of music you make. Is it Alien Music Record? Thanks for hopping in. Let's see. Do It's in the building. For Slater, welcome in. Yeah, welcome into the live stream, man. I'll get into some of the details of the live stream here in a second, but we're hanging out, we're talking music. We're gonna get into some artist consultations later, where artists and producers, they send in their producers, musicians, vocalists, engineers across the board. They send in their music. We do a detailed 30-minute plus breakdown on the structure of their music. We'll get into those in a little bit. Right now, we're just hanging out. We're talking for probably the next 10 minutes or so, hanging out with the community. And then we'll get into the details of all of that, and I'll explain everything in a bit more depth here in just a minute as well. Real Fox is in the building. Barry Assault, thanks for tapping into the stream. How y'all feeling today? All right, let me make sure I got everything updated over here as well. And if you're over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and we'll get into listening to y'all's music here in just a little bit as well. Club Espresso, welcome in. Barry Assault, thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Some cool stuff. I make music too. Nice to see support. Forrest, excuse me. Sorry for that. Allergies here in Texas, y'all. What kind of music do you make? Forrest? Too Hottie, thank you so much. I think that's the name, right? Too Hottie, thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. If you wouldn't mind sending your heart me for the day, it does really, really help out the live stream. So I'd appreciate that so much. Gucho, thank you so much for tapping in as well. Indie folk music from SLC. Let's go. Thank you so much for tapping in. I really appreciate you being here. Libby, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that. A lot. It always freezes for a second when we get the heart me. Hopefully it'll get back. Jacob's in the building. What's up, Jacob? How long have you been making indie folk music for, Slater? Let me double check a few things. Agucho, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. GJ Potter's in the building. Thank you so much for tapping in, y'all. I will explain all of the details of the live stream here in just a moment, but we're going to wait just a minute to get some of the community in here, some of the OGs in here, and some new people in here, chatting about your music, talking through some things, answering questions, things of that nature. So if you will have anything, then definitely drop it in the chat. And then probably in the next 5 minutes or so, J Mitch, welcome in. In the next 5 minutes or so, we'll get into the consultations and the breakdowns and stuff like that, the stuff that we've done for the last couple years, and hopefully get everything organized here. Let's see. Tupac's in the building. What's up, Tupac? Thanks for hopping in over on the Purple app. Good to see you, man. Let me see. Let me double check a few things. Let me get this updated. Club Espresso, Ti Amo Too Much. It's my first song of a genre I called aromatic jazz. Talk to me about aromatic jazz. What is that? What does that mean? What does that look like? Y'all keep tapping the screen. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Caleb Loden, thank you so much for tapping in as well. And once again, in a couple minutes, I'll give you a detailed explanation on the structure of the live stream and the consultations and stuff like that. But I want to learn a little bit more about y'all first, about what you do, why you do it, how long you've been doing it. Aaron, thanks for tapping in as well. All right, let me look at a couple stuff over here on my line. Let me get the line up. The line, True Words, thank you so much for tapping in. John, thanks for tapping in as well. I appreciate you hanging out with us today. Okay, line is up on the Purple and Red app, but we're going to get into that here in just a moment. And let me go to my list here and get all of this updated as well. So give me just a moment. Oh, me, yeah. All right. Don't worry about that. 2 seconds. I got to get this updated, y'all. 2 seconds. And I apologize in advance, y'all. I've been having, allergies are kicking my ass here in Texas. So I apologize in advance for the sniffs, the nice little Texas ASMR that we give here, that we get here. True Words, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. John 1, I'll explain that here in a second. Everything's at my profile and at the link tree. but I'll explain the whole live stream and the whole structure over here in just a moment. That way y'all have all of the details. Rimk, thank you so much for tapping in as well. If y'all are over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, liking the live. Make sure you share out the live. And if you wouldn't mind sending your heart me for the day, it really does help out the live stream. And we'll get flowing literally in the next, let's see, in the next like 3 or 4 minutes. We'll get started. We'll get started with the consultations and all that fun stuff. All right, so let me, can you listen to my new music? Peak, I'll explain submissions here in just a second. Give me just a couple minutes to get everything organized and make sure we got who we need to in here, man. But I would love to listen to what you got. True Words, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the love. That means a lot. All right, and then let me double check something real quick. I just want to double check this name over here. Yeah. Da-da-da-do. All right, let me clear that. Clear that. Let me see. All right, y'all, we're 2 minutes away. Give me just 1 second. I'm just updating something on my list over here. Updating something on my list. We get all of these clear. I gotta go through this and clear out a whole bunch. Hey, you as well, man. I appreciate that a lot. All right. Silas Hicks, thanks for joining the live stream as well. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get some things flowing here. We're gonna get into some music today. Oh, did I not see it? Hold on. Did I miss something, Libby? It might not have come through. Oh, so no, yeah, sorry. I just saw that comment. Sorry. I was a little bit behind. Sometimes it doesn't show up as well on the computer, so I'm trying to catch up here. I know I need to. It's just so it's so annoying to deal with all the time, and it's so uncomfortable, especially because Alyssa, welcome in. Good to see you. Drugnox, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. It's so annoying to do, and I hate it because we also don't have what we need to just heat up easily. It's just me, my usual funny self. You know how it is. Knox 100%. All genres, all levels of preparedness. Okay, y'all. It is time for some music, so we're gonna get into it, y'all. If you have never been here before, I'm just a funny gal. That's all it is. Just a funny gal. Nothing else to it. All right, we're gonna get into some consultations here, y'all. If you have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the live stream. What we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute deep dive, long form consultations on the structure of your music. These are, like I said, 20 to 30 minutes long. We listen to your track multiple times, usually 2 or 3 different times, in order to break down in detail the structure of your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. That is the whole structure of the live stream. This is not a quick review. There is no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is not a fast breakdown. This is, like I said, 20 to 30 minutes long. It's going to be really, really long form to get into those details of your music. The goal is to give specific, practical, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. This is not a roast live. I'm not here to trash you. This is This is not an exposure live. This is not a place where I'm just going to hype you up. The goal is to, I just genuinely love music and want to get specifically into the details and the nuances of your music. If that is interesting to you, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission, and read through and follow all of the steps right there. I have the line currently up on the purple and red app. If you can kind of use your imagination, go to my icons at the top of my link tree. You'll see everything that you need there. Thank you for the follow. John, thank you for the follow. Club Espresso, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you so much. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. If you're coming here for the first time, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. I've done that for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So if you are wanting to get into the details of your music, that's the whole perspective that we hold here. Like I said before, I don't want to trash you. I don't want to hype you up. I just want to talk music. I want to get into nuanced, detailed breakdowns of your music. So once again, if you are on my profile over on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. If you are over on the red app, YT, go to the description of the live stream and read through all the details there. If you are over on the purple app, the T, then you can type !submit right there in the chat, and you'll see everything that you need in order to submit. Dun-dun. I hope I can sing to my songs once I release them. Dude, absolutely, Robin. I would absolutely love to hear them. I appreciate you stopping by. Is it Ecstasy? Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, I see the 2 different readings right there. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. If you would like to, I can't put it in the chat. There's no links in TikTok chats. So if you want to submit, go to my profile. The link is right there. So tap my name at the top left or bottom left, wherever it is for your screen. I'm on a host screen, so it's going to be a little bit different. Just tap on my profile, go all the way there. You'll see a link tree. Click that link tree, and then click on Track Talk Submission. If for whatever reason, sometimes TikTok can be a little bit funky regionally and stuff like that. Yucca's in the building. What's up, Yucca? Welcome in. Welcome in. If for any reason you can't see the link for some reason, it's just it would just be some weird reason on your TikTok profile. It just happens randomly for some reason. Go to my Instagram. It's the same name. Click on Torvik Music over on Instagram. It's the exact same link over there. You'll see the exact same profile and stuff like that. And you can easily do that. Or sometimes on TikTok, you can you can hold down on it and click open in browser or something like that. And sometimes that works. But we're going to get into some music here in just a few minutes, y'all. So I just wanted to get things flowing and get things updated here. Let me update a few things over on my list here too. I want to make sure that I'm keeping that updated. But if you all are coming in for the first time, thank y'all so much for joining the stream. I appreciate y'all being here so much. Let me see. Colin's in the building. What's up, Colin? Let me make sure that I've got this. T. Winchester, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've got to clear this. I've got to clear this over here. Tiny Label Journey, welcome in to the live stream. Clearing some stuff really quick. Guy, is it Gyasahin? Am I saying that correctly? I really want to make sure that I get your name correct, but thank you so much for tapping in. Greetings to you as well. Jenny Joplin, thank you for the follow. And then Drug Knox. Okay, I'll double check for that here in just 1 second. Let me get this updated. Let me get this switched over really quick. But once again, if you do want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. We'll get into a detailed 30-minute breakdown of the structure of your music. We'll get into the nuances. We'll tackle whatever you feel like you need in order to help polish and improve the structure of your music. And then just make sure too that if you did, I'm going to wait for a couple to come in just now, just in case I haven't received the full submission yet. But just make sure that y'all do read through and follow all of the steps if you are sending in, so I can make sure to get you up on the list. If you would like to see the list, I know I'm talking a lot. If you would like to see the list, you can go to my profile and go to either the red or the purple app. Use your imagination. The red app is YT, the other one that you play videos on. The live stream platform, the purple app with the T, the line is on those screens over there because you can see the whole profile of the live stream. Ashley, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that as well. All right. And then let me do SMC Drums. Welcome into the live stream. We're going to get moving here in a bit. We're going to get moving here in just a bit. If you are coming in for the first time, talk to me about the kind of music that you make. Ashley, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. J-Dog's in the building. J-Dogs, thank you so much for tapping in. SMC Drums, how are y'all doing today? If you're coming in for the first time, let me know where you're coming in from. Where are you from? And then tell me what kind of music that you make. Yeah. All right, give me 1 second as I get everything. Cold Hearted, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Hip hop and electric trap, let's go. How long you been doing that? I'm on several platforms. Hell yeah. So you're releasing all of your music. Amelie, welcome in. Welcome in. JB Downs is the name of the artist. Alabama here, and grunge vibes. Okay, I like me some grunge vibes. Palm Beach, Florida, and you make rap. How long have you been rapping? Is it Cold Hearted SOB? Nice name. How long have you been rapping? Is that your artist name or just your loose profile name? Let me know. Quite Breezy, thank you for the follow. Let's go. Amelie, I'm so excited. And please correct me. I know I get the names because we had two people with the exact same spelling of that name, and I get it wrong every time, switching back and forth between the two artists. So please let me know if I'm saying the name wrong again, because it drives me nuts. Let me see. Palm Beach, Florida, 7 months. Okay, nice. J-Dogs, hell yeah. What are you using to record right now? What kind of setup are you working with? Even if it's super basic. Let me see. Ashley said, I write lyrics, but until I make musical friends, I have to use AI. I live in Nashville. It's complicated. I understand the feeling. We talk about that a lot here. We get people to come in. Very, very consistently that use AI as a tool for demoing and stuff like that. And that's part of the things, or it's one of the things that I feel really passionate about, is trying to find creative ways to connect those people to musicians and encourage them to fight for certain levels of just connection and collaboration with people as it gets easier and easier easier to isolate as creatives. So I understand the difficulty in, connecting with people, finding trustworthy musicians, people that are willing to grow with you as well. It's like one thing to be like, oh yeah, I've got $2,000 to spend on session musicians to build a production. It's another thing to just be like, hey, is there anyone who's willing to grow with me? Anyone who's willing to take a chance on my writing, on my music, and build something together, to pitch to artists and stuff like that. I understand the struggle. I know I have my thoughts on AI as a whole, but I understand that it's not the easiest thing for people. So I do want to make sure that people have an outlet for their creativity. I'm passionate about that because some people do it not because they're going to make money, but also because it can save their life. Having an emotional outlet and a creative outlet can be life-saving for some people. So I'm not here to shame anyone. At the same time, I also want people to connect because I think that can also be a really, really incredible outlet. So let me just make sure I got everything. I'm going through some of the other comments and stuff here really quick too, just make sure I'm caught up. Let me see. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Let's go. I've been in New Mexico a couple times. It's beautiful there, man. I've been making music for about 6 months. Hell yeah. Apricity, am I saying that correctly? Is my band. That's a cool name. I like that. And I'm assuming based on the name that you're the drummer. Very, very cool. From Ghana. Welcome in from Ghana. Beautiful. You can play time from, let me see this. Hold on. 100%. So I started therapy. 100%, Ashley. That makes sense. Dark rap, underground rap. Actually, my third music at 300K on YouTube. 25 was an exciting year. That's nice, Peak. I love that. I love that. Okay, perfect. I know. As y'all can already see, I get so many names and stuff in here that it gets chaotic really quick trying to keep track of everyone's names, especially after we've been doing this for like 3 years. 3 years next month. Beautiful. Yeah, I love that. And yeah, if anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Just read through it and follow all the steps there, and we'll get you up on the board, ready to go. Let me just double check, because a few of y'all said y'all submitted. So just double check if you did submit. Just make sure you go through all of the steps. I would also encourage y'all to check the line on the purple or red app so you can see the line in the order, minimums, and everything over there. I have a couple people up there after yesterday that we weren't able to get to, so I want to make sure that we get them in here as well. I'm going to see if I can message them as well. Jackson's in the building. Jackson, thanks for hopping in. Marion, thanks for being here. SJ, was it SJR? I think I missed it, but SJR, thanks for hopping in. Zanti, thanks for hopping in as well. DJ Mal, thanks for tapping in. Welcome into the stream, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. I just started an Instagram page for music. I don't know where to start. I would encourage most people when you're starting out, your content can morph. It can morph over time. So don't feel like as soon as you post like a carousel of pictures, it's all you can do for the next 14 years. Don't worry about it. Your content can morph. But I would encourage you to start making content that you like consuming. If you like to consume something, odds are it's going to be very natural for you to create it as well. If you start creating content that you hate, like if you feel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. If you're like, dude, skits started taking off, man. Like Nick D and Connor Price, they were doing skits and it started taking off. And you do it and you just feel so awkward and so like out of sorts and you hate doing it. So you never want to do it. So you'll never actually do it consistently. What's up, Derek Bennett? Welcome in. Then I feel like you're never going to actually have like a sustainable, consistent practice in making that content. So find something for one that's like sustainable for you to do long term. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate the heart me. Try something that you feel like you're able to execute, consistently over time. Try a couple things for a month. If it doesn't work out for you, maybe try another format. But like I say, look at what you consume. If there's a certain kind of content that you consume, even if it's not music content, if there's a certain kind of content that you consume, you might, I would suggest, trying to create content similar to that and maybe find a way to make that your thing as well. Petty, thanks for hopping in as well. Short version for your story. 100%. Yep. Definitely. Just crossed over from boom bap to Christian rap. Been rapping since 2014, but I'm new at Christian rap. There you go. True words. The artist right below you is a good person to connect with. Derek said it's my 34th birthday today. Let's go. Wait, hold on. I don't have my other, I forgot. Shout out to Derek Bennett. Derek Bennett, let me know if you have a little bit of time. Noki's in the building. Thank you so much, Noki, for tapping in. Happy birthday, Derek Bennett. Y'all show some love to Derek Bennett. That's one of the family, one of the OGs. Let me know if you have a little bit of time today. I'm sure you're partially pretty busy doing what you need to do. But please let me know. I would love to support you a little bit, man, and help you out a bit. I've been recording over 5 years now. Let's go, Cold Hearted. Someone to your email, Daniel recorded. Okay, yeah, just double check that y'all did all of the steps. So double check that you did all the steps. So if you would like to submit in your Carolina, I got you on the board. You are ready to go. I got you. If you hold on, let me double check this real quick too. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click hold on. Yeah, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. Please just read through and follow all of the details. If you didn't, you won't get hurt. So please read through and follow all the details. And of course, we'll get you up on the board. The board or the line is up on the other platforms right now. So the red and purple app, you can see that line. Carolina, let me see where I have you right now. Carolina, you're already at the top. You're ready to go. Just cooking up my dinner at the moment. All right, let me know, Derek, if I can put a 10 on there for you. Let me know. I would love to. Exactly. Savage, thanks for tapping in. Thank you so much for tapping into the stream. I appreciate that a lot. Let me just double check these coming in too real quick, and I need to refresh the email. Milton, thanks for tapping into the stream. Thank y'all for the follows as well. I appreciate y'all a lot. And then Carolina, I should already have. I should already have your email from the other day. She should be good to go. We're already at 6.2K. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. And let's get into some music, y'all. Let's get into some music. Let me bring this down a little bit. All right, y'all. It's time. Okay, no worries. I just, you're one of the OGs. So since you were here, I'll throw it out there. But we're about to get into our first track. So I don't want you to feel pressure if you don't want to, but always also want you to feel supported and loved, man. We got you, man, and appreciate you so much. I mean, I need everybody to say happy birthday to Derek in the chat. Okay, like I said, I sing in Polish. Might be difficult. Not at all. No worries at all. I might not understand the language, but that's the beautiful thing about music. It is the universal language. So we can still talk about quality. We can still talk about the presentation of your vocals and lyrics, whether or not I know the words necessarily that you're speaking. But I do appreciate the clarification on there as well. But yeah, just once again, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Of course, Derek. And if you are on the purple app, type !submit. If you're on the red app, go to the description for the live stream and you'll see the link right there. All right, let's see what's going on. Noki, can I get a track talk when you're off stream? I want to hear your feedback. Yeah, I do offline consultations all the time. So shoot me a message, Noki, if you haven't already. Shoot me a message and we can do an offline consultation. There's one that I did not that long ago. It was a really, really detailed, like lengthy, like text breakdown, nuanced breakdown of everything. So I just spent like an hour, a couple hours listening to the song on my own offline. And then did a really, really detailed email breakdown for them of all of the things that we could target and fix and polish up, things they were doing really, really well, structural things that could be improved, mix, production, stuff like that. So yeah, if you would like an offline one, definitely, man. Dream Escape, thank you so much for tapping in. Definitely. The structure of this live stream are detailed, long-form consultations on the structure of your music. So if you are an artist, producer, session musician, you're a vocalist, a songwriter, an engineer, whatever it may be, and you're looking for just a professional second set of ears on your music, that's what this live stream is all about. It's not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. Strictly about the music. That is it. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to roast you. Dream, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. This is a really, really detailed, nuanced breakdown to hopefully offer you some actionable feedback on the structure of your music. If that's interesting to you, all of those details are at my link tree if you click on Track Talk Submission. Okay, Zeddy, thanks for hopping in. Phoenix, thanks for tapping in as well. Let's get into this first track. Carolina, hop in the chat. Just let me know. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Noki, thank you so much for the roses. I see all those roses, and thank you for the heartbeat as well. That means so much. I appreciate the love, Noki. Can't wait to hear what you got to say on self-taught to record and mix. Oh, I love that, Noki. I love it. Jenna, welcome in as well. Phoenix, thanks for tapping in. I appreciate that. Let me just make sure I've got everything updated here. Liam, welcome in to the chat. Phoenix, these are detailed consultations on music. So we're breaking down artists and producers and engineers and musicians and songwriters. We're breaking down their song structure, getting into the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, so on and so on. That is the large form structure of what we do here. Okay, Carolina, I want to make sure Carolina is in the chat. So let me make sure. No. SoundClick platform. I'm not familiar with SoundClick. Talk to me about SoundClick. All right, and let me go ahead and pull up. Let me see. Valen's in the building. Welcome in, Valen. Carolina's in here. Beautiful. Let me see. This was from the other day. So let me pull up I might be under. Did you send an email? I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for it right now. So let me know if you did. I'm going to check spam too, just in case. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. All of the details are there. And then I would encourage you to, you can check the line if you want to see the line, the orders, minimum, stuff like that. Then you can go to the purple or red app if you kind of use your imagination. Freva, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, let me see. No. There's Ruby, Nicholas, Michael, Emily, Maylee. Yeah, do it once again. Just for whatever reason, I'm not seeing it, and just double check that it went exactly to the email copied over from that form, just so I can make sure it's really, really clear. I'm not seeing it right now, but I might be missing something. If it's potentially under a different name, let me know. Because I'm looking for Carolina, and I'm not seeing it right now, but I do want to make sure that I get it. FitzyBot, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Thank y'all for tapping in today. We're going to be on for a couple hours. You know, I would say probably a good 3 or 4 hours. Miranda's in the building. Fellow SAS fans in here. Thank you for tapping in. Let's see. Queens, rank operation, mind crime, the first one. Yeah, if you want to submit, all of the details to submit are at my profile. If you click on the link and click on the link tree and click on Track Talk Submission, you'll see all of the details to submit right there. You're also live on YouTube. Yes, I am, Noki. I am live on 3 different platforms right now. Thank you so much, Miranda. You as well. I appreciate you hopping in. Yeah, if you want to see the full live stream, you can go to the red app or the purple app, and you'll see everything that you need right here. I see Copen in the building. Copen is back in here. Copen, I already got you up on the board. Thank you so much for tap in. Yes, I would love to hear your music, y'all. We're about to get into the first track here in just a moment. Yeah, the best favorite band. They're so good. So good, so good. All right, y'all, we're almost there. I'm just waiting on this email to come in from Carolina. And then Copen, I already got you on the board. But once again, if you all are coming in for the first time, I'm just going to give some spiels before we get started with the music as I'm waiting for these emails to come in from different artists and producers and stuff like that. But if you have never been here before, Track Talk, these are 20 to 30 minute consultations. Okay, sounds good, Jenna. These are 20 to 30 minute consultations, long form, multiple listen, deep dives into the structure of your music. This is not a quick review. There is no trash or pass, no ratings, no polls. It is a long form, detailed breakdown of the structure of your music. So if you want to get into the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, that is the format of this live stream. I'm not here to trash you or roast you. I'm not here to say, get a better mix, bro, and move on, or say have better energy and in 5 minutes move on to the next song. It is a detailed, long form consultation service. Yes, read through all the details there, Phoenix. I explain everything in depth over at that form right there. So read through all the details if you have additional questions. There's also a FAQ underneath that, and then if that doesn't answer all the questions that you have, there's even a TOS underneath that as well. If you would like to have even additional details as far as the structure of the live stream. All right, and then they said they sent it in. So let's see. Let me refresh the email. A guitarist, bassist, and keyboardist. Fantastic. Fantastic. And you said you have a band as well? And then Carolina, I got you. You're ready to go. Miranda, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. That genuinely means a lot to me. All right, let's get into it, y'all. It is time for the music officially. We got Carolina in the building, and then Copen, I already got you on the board as well. Let's dive in. 2002, beautiful. Oh, I love it. I love it. Excited and scared. Excited is good. You don't have to be scared. Just you don't have to worry about being scared. I'm not about to tear you apart or anything like that. But let's get into it. So, talk to me about the details of your record. You might have given a few details before, but talk to me just really briefly about who's handling what in this record as far as you. Are you producing this yourself? Are you creating the instrumental? Are you doing the mixing and mastering? Are you working with some session musicians, working with a studio producer, maybe another engineer to mix it for you? Talk me through some of the roles that you play in creating the song, and then we'll get into some of the details. What genres? All genres, man. Honestly, I know that's probably like a cliche thing to say. I talk about this all the time. My doc right now for like clients, as far as like my personal work as a producer, is all over the place. It's all over the place. I literally have like some like synth waves, some like dream pop. I've got some. I've got a hip hop beat. I've got a pretty strict, like straightforward pop record. I've got an opera cinematic track that I'm working on for an amazing client. It's all over the place. So I genuinely work in all genres as a session musician and as a producer and an engineer. It's kind of all over the place. Hazy, thank you for the follow as well. Carolina said, I bought the beat and wrote the song. Okay, beautiful. All right, let's get into it. Oh, it's muted. Hold on. Okay, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's get into it. All right, this is. I'm not sure how to say the name of it. So if you want to let me know how to say the name of the song in the chat, I would do want to make sure I pay proper respect to it. Chris, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that a lot. So let me know. But this is Carolina, who's right here in the chat over on TikTok. So please show some love and support to them. If you like what you hear, this song is released. It is out on all platforms. So go like it. Go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go follow on Spotify, all that good stuff. And let's get into it. First, let me do those things. Miranda, thank you so much for the heart me as well. I appreciate that. All right, let's get into it. This is Carolina right Come on. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Y'all show some love. That is Carolina Mardos. Amazing, amazing, amazing job. You have an absolutely, absolutely beautiful, beautiful voice. Let's run it from the top as we always do. We're gonna go through the song a couple times and we're gonna get into the details of it. Great. Again, I don't know the language. We talked about that earlier, but amazing, amazing vocal. Great structure, great dynamics. Let me know one thing really, really quickly too. Did you get to mix this off the multi-track, or did you just have the 2-track beat when you purchased it? That'll give me some understanding of the control that you have over the mixing process of a song like this, or if you had all the different multi-tracks. So let's run it from the top. Eric, thank you so much for tapping. I see some new people in here. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream. I appreciate you tapping in. If anyone would like to submit, I've got Copen back up here on the board already as well. Excuse me. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details right there. But let's get this moving from the top. Please go check out Carolina's music on all platforms. You can see the name right here in the chat. You can see Carolina's name right here in the chat. I'm sure she's got links and stuff, places where you can find her music. So definitely go show some love and support. This is an amazing, amazing artist. The thing I want to tackle strictly, excuse me, Jay Fielden, thank you for the follow. I apologize in advance for my allergies, y'all. If I'm clearing my throat and sniffing the whole time, that's my bad. This, unfortunately, is a very sensitive microphone. So this is going to make it sound unbelievably clear every time I sniff. But regardless of that, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. But Carolina, I strictly want to talk about like mixing details and vocal production. Your writing is beautiful. You like just the structure, melody choice, formatting is fantastic. Great dynamics across the board. Colin, it's a Neumann M147 tube. It's a hybrid tube microphone. I love it. I had it for a couple years. It's fantastic, but it is wildly sensitive. So it is going to pick up everything that I throw at it, which is good. It's good when you're recording vocals, but it's not great when you just have allergies and you're sniffing into a mic on a live stream. Eric, thanks for tapping in. Chris, thanks for tapping into the stream as well. I appreciate you being here. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some mixed details and some like practical things, because the foundation is also use Neumann, an amazing mic. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Neumann. Neumann. I have 2 right now. I've used a ton of them in the past. They make some awesome microphones. They also make some mics that I feel like are a little bit overhyped. I don't have to get into that conversation. But they do make some pretty fantastic microphones. I'm not gonna lie. I have had this for probably about 3 years, and I have no complaints. It's a really, really great microphone. 2 or 3 years, something like that. Okay, let's get into a couple details here. So let's run it from the top and let's get into some mixed details. Because foundationally, Carolina, again, like I mentioned, amazing, amazing vocal, great structure, great melodic choice. Everything that you're doing, executing as a vocal, to me, is so pure and clean and very, very well established. I want to make sure that the mix accurately reflects the quality of what you're writing and the quality of what you're performing and executing. That to me is the biggest thing, because you're so unbelievably talented. You have an amazing, amazing voice. And I'm looking at your Spotify right now as well. So looking at your Spotify, it's like you have the aesthetic and everything to match it, right? Like I think that everything for you is really, really in line as far as like sonics, aesthetic, image, all that stuff. So for me, there's just like a few missing pieces for you to really, truly be able to launch what you're doing and go to another level. It's really, really powerful. So Phoebe, thanks for tapping in. Erica, I see you as well. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. If you want to submit, everything's at my profile. If you click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission, you'll see everything that you need right there. Not many effects were used here as well. 100%. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's just dive into a few minor details when it comes to some elements here. This needs to stay up.
There we go. A few minor details when it comes to the mix. One is just going to be low end energy. And two is going to be mouth effects and stuff like that. So, and mouth noises. These two things to me, they kind of go hand in hand. I'm going to make some assumptions about what's happening on the tracking of this. And you can let me know if that feels accurate to what was happening. I'm kind of assuming that you're starting this track recording very close to the microphone, just based on how much sensitivity there is to noise, as well as proximity effect. Low end boom, a lot of low end buildup, right? So the closer that you're getting to the diaphragm of the microphone, if it's cardioid or hypercardioid microphone, the more you're going to get that proximity effect, which is an increase in low end boominess the closer that you get to the microphone. The farther back you get, the more diffusion there is. And by default, you're going to get a little bit less low end information because you're not initiating as much of that proximity effect. You are very, very close. Perfect, right? So what's happening here is you're very, very close, which is fine. Obviously there's a reason why you would want a very like vulnerable, intimate vocal on the microphone. There's a lot of artists that do this, and it's not a bad thing to do. You just have to be very strategic with how you use that vocal. So one of the things that's happening here is this early vocal in a very like light, airy production is very, very low end heavy. It's very boomy at the far bottom end or below about 400 hertz, 300 hertz. There's a lot of energy down there. I would love to suppress that lightly. Again, I want you to be very, very natural in your performance here. I don't want, this is not like a modern pop song, right? So I want this to be very organic, very natural. I don't want it to feel over processed, but I also don't want anything to distract from your amazing voice and the structure that you have. So in this case, some of that boominess in the far lower register of your voice, which is awesome and very powerful as well, feels a little bit boomy and a little bit muddy. So between, let's say as an example, on the low end of your engineering and low end of your EQ, it may be you're high passing at like 80 to 90 hertz or something, which is probably what I would recommend for your vocal, since you do have a really nice presence to your low register. On that far, maybe high pass at 90 hertz, 80, 90 hertz. And then between that, about 90 hertz, and about 300 hertz, just softening some of that low end boom by, in this case, probably just about 2 dB, 2.5 dB to control some of that boominess and muddiness that comes into the vocal so that you can hit that low register and be close in proximity to the microphone without creating all this muddiness and boominess in the vocal, right? So that's step one. These early verses are a little bit boomy, and it's such a light, airy vocal already and a light, airy production. I would hate for it to feel too weighty or too boomy in the far low end. Time Bomb, welcome in. I've seen to do feedback on that, something yeah, absolutely, 100%. If you would like to submit all of the details for a consultation like we're doing here, these are not quick reviews. They're like 30-minute, sometimes longer, unfortunately, 30-minute consultations on the structure of your music. So if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. John, I appreciate you so much. A good point here. I need to take more attention here. And this goes two ways, right? So Carolina, it has to do with what you want out of your vocal, because there's a time and a place to have like, probably the most modern example of this would be Billie Eilish, who's holding, a TLM 103, she's kissing the mic, right? She's right on the microphone, and her whole like second album was recorded on the TLM 103 right on the microphone, right? So there's a time and place to do that. If you are going to do that, probably the most important aspect of being able to execute at a really, really close proximity is going to be breath control, because your plosives, the P's and B's, and when there's your sibilants as well, S's, T's, mouth noises, crackles, pops, saliva noises, stuff like that, are going to be only amplified by your proximity to the microphone. Obviously, the farther out you are, the more diffusion of that wind you're going to have, right? If you have a pop filter, same thing. You're going to have more diffusion of that wind. But if you're really, really close and you got P's and B's and S's and T's and K's and stuff like that, and you're really close in proximity, you're going to get a lot of extra noise and stuff in there that you don't necessarily want. Just unbeneficial sonics in there, right? So I would suggest, I love that you're close in proximity. That's not a bad thing, but you have to be a lot of tricky sounds. That's tough. So in that case, the more that you're in tune with the phrasing of your lyric structure in the language that you're singing in, which sounds beautiful, by the way. It sounds really, really nice. It's very easy to listen to. The structure of it, once you get used to that and you're like, I'm understanding that there's a lot of phrasing, a lot of syllables that are just going to be harsher. They're going to have more plosives. They're going to have more sibilants and stuff like that. It's probably going to be a challenge for me to record at a really close proximity. I am going to probably need to back off the mic. Let's even say just like 3 or 4 inches and back off your pop filter the same, right? So don't have your pop filter right on the microphone in this case. If you're dealing with a lot more plosive energy, you want more diffusion. You need more space and more diffusion from your filter. So I would remove it from the microphone, right? So if you're using, you said you're using a Neumann, let's say it's like a U87 or something like that, which is a very, very prominent top end, past like 8K, high, mid, forward. It can be really, really great on certain vocals, but it can also be incredibly sensitive. Same with a lot of the lower, I have a TLM 102 back there as well. That's not this one, or not this mic, but the TLM 102, same thing. It's not my favorite mic. It's great for some people. Whatever. It's kind of bright and brittle, and it can be a little bit harsh sometimes. But it can also be very sensitive in the high end, which is great for certain vocals. John, thank you for the follow. Sounds good, man. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, man, I love it, man. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate the vote of confidence as well. Thank you for tapping in today. Anyways, regardless of that, I would back off the microphone. In this case, let's say 3 or 4 inches, and have your pop filter 3 or 4 inches away as well. So you can sing straight into the pop filter without having as many plosives and like sibling characters on the microphone itself. You can back off just a tad. Okay, let me get a little bit deeper into that. The other side to that, and then I'll go a little bit deeper into the song, because most of your hook sounds beautiful, probably because you back off of the mic. I'm assuming you get into your hook. It's a higher register into your like higher. You have a very like contemporary vocal. It's beautiful. Your high vocal, great high chest voice into your like mixed voice. Your mixed voice is beautiful as well. Very, very natural. No popping into head that's not intentional. It feels very, very natural for you. So great vocal technique all the way across the board as well. I'm assuming on your hook, you're backing off a little bit. You have a little bit of a higher register, more projection. So you're giving yourself just a little bit of a change in position. Exactly, right? So that hook sounds a lot cleaner, right? I think that's why we get into the hook and we're like, oh yeah, this is great. Like this sounds like beautifully mixed and balanced, very smooth compression, really, really nice EQ curves. But as soon as you get back in close, you lose a lot of that, right? Or in this case, you gain a lot of the mud, right? The second side to the close proximity and some other vocal production stuff that I think would be helpful for you is the mouth noises, saliva noises and stuff like that. I'm going to back it up to the beginning, if you will, like the ASMR parts of the vocal. I would, let me play through it actually really, really quick. Let me play through it really, really quick, and then you can break that down a little bit. This happens to everybody. You're not alone here, especially if you're dealing with a really close proximity to a very sensitive microphone. You're going to have some of that, but I can give you some tools and stuff that potentially could help you a little bit here. Let me run it from the top here, and we'll get I can't do it because my vocals like, whatever, it's like suppressed a little bit here, but like you can hear all the kind of like ASMR noises kind of in the background right here. Generally speaking, Ramona, welcome in. You're correct. Polish vocals, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Generally speaking, the reason for this is dehydration. Just an increased saliva output due to dehydration and or other dietary factors. So not to get into too much into that side of things, but as a vocal producer, you want to make sure, as someone who is like handling vocal production on your own, I would highly suggest that you make sure before you're going to do a tracking day, if you're just demoing and stuff like that, obviously you don't have to worry that much about it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But if you're going to be doing a tracking day and make sure that you are well hydrated, have some non-caffeinated tea. Alcohol, caffeine, dairy, spicy food, greasy food, all of that is not only in tandem going to, some of those elements, high sodium elements as well, caffeine and alcohol included, going to dehydrate you, but it's also going to increase saliva production. So when you start singing, you're going to hear all those all the little mouth crackles and pops and saliva noises and stuff like that, which of course is not super beneficial to the mix, isn't the most flattering to hear all the time, and is very difficult to engineer out because it'll be in between phrasing and stuff like that. It's also challenging with some of those crackles and pops. You can't just like remove them with like RX11 or something like that. DJ, thank you for the follow as well. It's not as simple as just like throwing a plugin on there to remove pops and things like that. I am the biggest fan, and I will say this every time, to fix it at the source. So the next time you go record, I would prefer that at least within like an hour of being in the studio, if it's helpful, especially in a contemporary style like this, that you don't have caffeine, that you're very, very well hydrated, have some like hot tea, have some like honey water. Honey water is great for vocals. Just lubricate, the throat. Make sure that you're not initiating an increase in saliva production through spicy food, dairy, and stuff like that. Right? That's one thing that I feel like would be really helpful for you, because in the intro and outro of the song, when your vocals are the most unhidden, they're the most prominent, they're the most close in proximity to the microphone because it's that lower register again. That is where you're hearing the most of these, saliva noises and mouth pops and stuff like that. That to me, so those two things, removing some of the mud because of proximity, but maybe better control, more intentional control over proximity as you track different layers to your vocal. And then on the other side, just making sure that you're setting up your session and your recording days for you to win, that you're setting them up so that you have as little obstacles to you succeeding in the booth and succeeding when you're tracking as possible. Much more difficult to sing in Polish than in English. Let me see what the first question was. How much does your language affect professional vocals? I feel like that's also Polish language. I'm a recording artist and Polish is my first language. Better hydration is important, 100%. Mike, thanks for hopping in as well. I mean, it makes a difference. What I would say, is it Ramona? What I would say is it also just really has to do with your own comfort with how you record in your own language or in another language. Like I'm recording with an artist right now where he's recording in several different, it's an opera artist, like a classical artist. He's recording in several different languages. He's doing some Latin stuff. He's doing some Spanish. He's doing some French, and some in English and back and forth. And he just has to come to terms with phrasing differences, rhyme differences, stuff like that, as he's writing contemporary phrasing and stuff like that, contemporary verses and hooks, and understanding that he might like write an idea in English and then it doesn't translate to French or whatever it may be. And so I think that's the biggest challenge, is just finding out how you want to balance those elements. Having worked with a couple different artists in different genres and different languages and stuff like that, and having like different structures that when you're tracking in English, or maybe you're writing in English and trying to translate it, or writing in another language, and Polish in this case, and trying to translate some of it to English, that you're really paying attention to phrasing and rhyming and like actual like rhythmic structure of your vocals too. I think that's the biggest challenge that I've faced. Slavic phonetics make undesirable sounds in the studio. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the more comfortable you are with that, the more comfortable you are with like, this is something very specific. Matt, thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. And you find pockets that you're like, man, this doesn't feel the most cohesive, or like it doesn't feel the most flattering in this particular language for whatever reason, right? There's gonna be different languages, it's gonna be different phrases. If there's something that feels unflattering, maybe finding kind of synonyms to it, finding like kind of matching structure that feels maybe similar in meaning, similar in a message, but maybe has a different phrasing, a different kind of dialect to it, or a different tone to it that might be a little bit more inviting to listen to. But it's just a game in the songwriting. It's a game in the songwriting to really dive into those details and see what feels flattering, what you can kind of disguise, what you can kind of mix in, ways that you can phrase things and tonally make it more inviting, even if the phrasing is consistent to the language. Affects flipping from head to speed. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of details in that. Okay, let me move a little bit farther on this track. Absolutely, Matthew, 100%. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. John, welcome in. Really quick. Hold on, just really quick. Let me check this really quick. Let me know who, let me see really quick. Let me know initials ET, all genres, Zion, absolutely all genres, all levels of preparedness. Let me know who initials ET are. You sent through the website. Let me know who that is in the chat so I can make sure I can find you and let you know. Oh, that's you. Okay, beautiful. If I think I just got you through the website there. Just please make sure that you go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission, and then make sure that you read through and follow all of the steps right there. That way I can make sure I get you fully up on, I think I have a partial submission from you, but just make sure that you follow all the steps so I can get you up on the board with everyone else, and we can get your music in the line there. But yeah, just double check the order and everything there. And if y'all do want to see the line and order and stuff like that, go to either the red or purple app. If you kind of use your imagination, use the red or purple app. You can see the line, the orders and minimums and stuff over there.
może płynąć cały świat i pokonać każdą z dróg.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful tone, beautiful texture to the vocal. It's so, so, so good. Okay, really the last thing for me. So this is all down to like vocal production, vocal mixing, right? The production itself is really dynamic and really cinematic. I love it. It feels so, so, so vibrant. I love it a lot. So this just comes down to the vocal technique, right? Largely on the mixing side. The last thing is just sibilance. Some of this has to do with the proximity we were talking about before as well, but the other is just control of sibilance. If you are dealing with a really bright microphone, this is released, Erica. You can go stream it right now. Just look up Carolina Mardos and you'll see everything that you need right there. You're getting a lot of sibilance. You're getting a lot of, so those S's and T's and stuff like that are coming through. And it becomes a little bit distracting sometimes because of all of the layers that you have. Because all of the layers naturally have slightly different timing. Some come in front or behind the vocal a little bit through all these amazing, beautiful harmonies that you have. But if the sibilance is really resonant, right? Those S's and T's and stuff like that, if those cut through the mix, and then they also cut through the mix on 5 or 6 other vocal layers and tracks in the background right there, you're going to be dealing with a lot of random little abrasive frequencies that are kind of slicing into the mix and then removing themselves from the mix. And it can be a little bit distracting and can sound a little bit harsh. There's a couple things that you can do. Like I mentioned before, proximity can help with the diffusion of sibilance as well. So how close you are to the microphone. The angle of your microphone also makes a difference. So I would recommend that you record with your microphone, and especially if it's a really bright, you said you're recording with a Neumann. So whether that's like a 102, 103, or 87 or whatever it may be, recording, at a slight angle as well can help with a bit more diffusion as well. So it's not directly straight parallel to the, perpendicular to the diaphragm of the microphone. It's gonna be a little bit less abrasive that way. So proximity angle can help as well. Should I add more de-esser? Yeah, in this case, it doesn't really sound like the de-esser is actually catching. So even if there is a de-esser on there, I would be really fine-tuned with the frequency that the de-esser is set to, as well as the threshold of that de-esser. So a lot of times what I do, if you want like the easiest, like simplest, most basic way to like fine-tune your de-esser, just find a word or a series of words that have a lot of S's in it in your track, right? So like, I don't know where that would be exactly on here, but like sometimes even just find an S, find a really harsh S that's cutting in and just loop it. It's going to sound crazy to you. It's going to sound so annoying to do, but just whatever it is, find that word or series of words that has a lot of sibilance in it and loop it, and then pull up the de-esser, fine tune the frequency, start at, maybe start at like 5,500 Hertz, 5,000 Hertz around there. You can start, try going up, try going down. And then on the other side, go to the threshold and just slowly lower. Once that sibilance is on a loop, once the S is on a loop, lower the threshold until you hear the energy of it leave slightly. You don't want to pull back so far that it creates a lisp, right? If you go too far the other direction, it's going to yank all of the life out of that pocket of frequencies, which is going to sound nasty. It's a tight band compressor, so it's going to pull a lot of energy out of the high end of the vocal with it, right? So you got to be very, very tasteful with it. Very, very tasteful with it. Just pull down the threshold until you hear some of that energy leave your S's and T's and K's and stuff like that. And then once you're there, you're set and you just leave it. If you go too far, it'll give you a lisp. If it's not there at all, or it's not really maybe it's there, but it's not triggering your de-esser, then you're going to end up with a lot of that sibilance in the mix. So a couple small little things in there that I feel like could dramatically improve the quality of this track. Because to me, you are right there. You have an amazing voice. It's great writing. It's great structure. It's a cinematic production. It is volatile. It is fragile. You go too far and you sound crazy. You don't do enough and it sounds harsh. But I would start with technique, right? I would start with distance, start with, a pop filter, start with an angle on the microphone. All of that makes a difference in your like projection of sibilance as well. But once you get into the DAW, being very, very tasteful. The other thing I would say too, what I see a lot of people do occasionally is they'll have a de-esser early on, and then they'll crank their vocal with 2 other EQs or something like that, and the high end gets really, really bright, and it reintroduces some of that sibilance. I would be strategic. This is not a rule to anyone, right? Because everybody does it in kind of a different pocket or a different point in their chain. But with a de-esser, if you have a really big high push of your vocal, sometimes depending on the vocal, I would recommend dropping one additional de-esser right there after that big high push in your vocal. So let's say, just as an example, let's say you're cranking 10K on your vocal, 4 dB to open up some air at the top end. Having a little bit of suppression, like 5K, 5,500 Hertz, can help bring back under control the sibilance that might be amplified with you boosting your EQ a little bit higher up too. But y'all, please show some love. Show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Carolina Mardos. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Please show some love to Carolina. If you like what you heard, the song is out on all platforms. Oh, so please go stream the track. Go add it to your playlist. Go follow on Spotify, all of that good stuff. Do you know anything about screaming singing? Yeah, a fair amount. I've worked with plenty of artists that are doing scream, either like false chord screams or fry screams and stuff like that. And we've worked on the vocal production side, technique to not hurt themselves, but also just balancing that either with like breath tracks and their supported screams and stuff like that. Let me see. All info's on the webpage under the track submission. Yeah. Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Sounds good, Derek. Derek, let me get you up there as well. But y'all, please show some love to Carolina. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Copen, hop in the chat. Let me get a couple things on here. Derek, I'm going to get you up after Copen. I got you, man. Shout out to Derek. It's his birthday today, so y'all need to show some love to Derek. Show some love, show some love, show some love. Hey, Isidore, welcome in. Copen's in the building. Let me see. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the follow. AK, I appreciate that so much. Janeris, I think you probably already got this question answered, but yeah, go to my profile. If y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. These are long form, detailed breakdowns, super long format as far as breaking down the structure of your music. So if you would like to submit, you can find all of the details at my profile. Pharmacy dub. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, sound. Let me get a couple things updated here. And then I do want to make sure that I get, who was it that sent in a minute ago that only sent 5? Just double check that you heard what I said earlier, because I want to make sure that you get the full submission on the board. Copen's in the building. Do you know anything about screams? Oh yeah, okay, I already answered that. So let me see. Mead's in the building. Mead, let me get you up on the board as well. Mead, it's so good to see you in here. Thanks for tapping in. What do you think about President the Man Behind the Mask? If you're asking what I think you're asking, then but I'm reading between the lines a little bit. Okay, let me see. How to get no audio latency on TikTok Live. It depends on what you're recording with. Depends on your computer, depends on your buffering sizes, depends on your RAM. You're just gonna have to check some of those settings and check storage on your computer and stuff like that. If you're going through a DAW, just make sure that your buffer settings or your HW buffer settings, hardware buffer settings are low. Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Mead, you should be fine. Let me double check it in a second. I'm going to run. I'm going to get you on the list after, because I already have the song pulled up. So I want to get into their track first. And then I'm going to throw you up on the board as well. Let me see. I know I'm reading through 50 different messages and stuff right now. So give me a sec. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. Mead. I'll check for your email here in a sec. Okay. I'm looking for Copen. Here. So let me double check. I did see an email from Copen earlier. Boom. Okay, Copen, give me all of the details. All of the details. Talk to me about the mix and master, the production structure, your role in this music. I'm so excited. So excited to get into your music, man. Derek said, I got to get this track exported, Ableton being dumb. No worries. You got a little bit of time. And then Mead, I'm going to get you back up on the board as well. But this is Copen Matthews. So give me all the details, man. Talk me through the structure of this and let's dive in. And then please do not spam the chat. If you spam the chat, you are going to be muted. So please stop copying the message in the chat. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. 17-year-old, I wrote and produced this song by myself in my bedroom. Let's get into it. So everything that I'm hearing is your music, as far as I know. Mix and everything, right? Let's dive in. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Rain is falling on my window pane. Nothing driving me like me insane. Whiskey flows wash away my pain.
What are you recording your vocals on?
Popping pills like candy. 'Cause every time I close my eyes, I feel you watching over me. I take a drive to clear my mind, cruising down Highway 35. Been through fire and I've been through rain. Who are you to say I'm insane? I got needles for the Novocaine. I can put it into all this pain. 'Cause every time I close my eyes, I feel you watching over me. I take a drive to clear my mind, cruising down Highway 35.
Okay, cool.
Don't want to be a part in the game where I can't win.
I mean, got you up
One day
there.
with the levers leading next to say that we're just friends. Round and round, does this ever have an end? Oh, sweet
Of course, man.
end.
Of course, of course.
Rain is falling on my window pane. Nothing driving me like me insane. Whiskey flows wash away my pain. Popping pills are candy. 'Cause every time I close my eyes,
This is on Spotify. Hold on.
Over me, I take
This is on Spotify. This is the one that's on Spotify. So let me know if there's a different one. Send it, because I want you to. I'm not like all stingy about it. If you have a better one you want sent in, or it's like the wrong file or something, let me know. But this is a Spotify link, so this is the one that's on Spotify. If there's a different one, let me know. Amy and Arwen, we're not Amy and Arwen. I'd love you to check out. Check it out on the Spotify. Catching nothing but a buzz. Yeah, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. We'll get you up there. Thank you so much for tapping in. David's in the building. Thank you for hopping in. Now that might be the original. I think my phone is cutting. No, you're good. I mean, it is clipping. So I'll give you that. It is clipping, but it's baked into Spotify. Also, if you're having any issues with the audio over there, hop on over to the Red app, YT, the video app. Hop over to the Red app. That way, it's way better audio. So if you want a better experience in that case, if something's glitchy or weird on TikTok, hop on over there and you'll get a little bit of a better experience. Let me back this up a little bit.
Nothing driving me like me insane. Whiskey flows wash away my pain. Popping pills are candy. 'Cause every time I close my eyes, I feel you
At my profile.
watching over me. I take a drive to clear my mind, cruising down Highway 35.
Yo, show some love, show some love, show some love. Yeah, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. All right, that is Copen Matthews, Highway 35. Let's get into it, man. You have a ton of potential. You do have some really good songwriting in here. I think the biggest thing I want to talk about is like mixing details and stuff like that. So I want to talk through mixing. I want to talk through some vocal production. I want to talk through some tracking things in order to get this as just like clean and polished as possible. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It's just random. We've literally had thousands of submissions here, and then randomly for certain people that just doesn't show up for them. So if that's the case, just look up Torvik Music on Instagram. It's the same exact profile, same exact everything. Let me see. Just look it up on Instagram. It's the same link over there. Try to do it from there. I just don't know why it does that. It should be just profile link tree, or it's also on IG. Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. Markeel, I got you. Thank you so much for tapping in. All right, let me get you up on the board. Let me do that right now while I'm thinking about it. But yeah, if y'all would like to submit for a 20 to 30 minute detailed deep dive consultation, then go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. All right, we got, let's see. What's up, Haley? Welcome in. Markeel, I got you. I'm going to get you here to Derek. So I'll move you up a little bit. You're a little bit higher. And let me get you off my list over here. Beautiful. Boom, boom. Fabulous. All right, you're up on the list, ready to go. All right, let's get into it. Copen, thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate you a lot, man. I think that there's a lot that we can do here to help you polish the structure of your music. And I want to help you with that. So let's get into it. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see.
Rain is falling on my window pane. Nothing driving me like me insane.
Like, you have really, really good structure. That's what I'm saying. There's so much potential, right? The bones of this are so good. So it's A minor, right? C major, A minor. Your melody structure, it's beautiful. It's a chef's kiss. Beautiful. Great formatting, great structure. The way you're choosing lyric and melody there is very, very polished. What's happening, though, is processing and mixing decisions are distracting from what's actually really beautiful about this song, right? This like really, really nice repetitive structure, even with some of those melodic changes. It's so cool. It sounds really, really nice. In my opinion, I would backtrack off of a lot of your processing decisions and focus on keeping things a little bit more in line, a little bit cleaner, and a little bit drier, especially on your vocal. Because what you're dealing, what's up, Boof? What you're dealing with is a guitar that's direct and really, really dry, and that's paired with a vocal set in a ton of space. Sometimes that contrast can work. Sometimes it can work. But in this case, it's like your vocal and your guitar are set in two different worlds, a direct dry signal, and then a like mic'd, really reverberated signal. Really, it's like a massive sidechained hall reverb that's really, really reflective, and has like a lot of modulation to it on the back end. So what I would do is keep everything a little bit like closer, a little drier, and a little bit more nuanced with your vocal. So even just the windows tight on the window pane. Dun, 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 dun. Just focusing on like a dry, clean vocal. And if you want some glue, if you want a little bit of glue to that vocal, then be tasteful with it, be a little bit shorter tail with it. Because again, your reverb, the reflection that you're adding through reverb is setting that vocal in space, right? You are setting that vocal in a room, reverb. You're setting that vocal in a cathedral, in a hall. You're setting that vocal into a plate reflection system. You're setting that that vocal into what any enumeral, into a spring system, whatever it may be, right? You're setting it into space. And so if you're setting, in this case, you have a huge hall reverb. I can pull up, if that's what you're talking about, I can pull up SoundCloud. I don't personally really use it that much, but if you send me a SoundCloud link, I can pull up SoundCloud. I would just be more tasteful. Let me give you a quick example. Right now, I'm going to throw a crazy reverb on here, right? So we're going to put some Woo! That's crazy. I'm going to throw up the DAW over on the other app. Actually, I'll keep the line up. Never mind. I'm not going to throw the DAW for this. Go to my profile. If you go to the red app. And this is, sorry, it's driving me nuts. I'm going to share myself in space. Go to the red app, YT, the video app, and you'll see the line right there. It's up on the board. So in this case, this is kind of an exaggerated version of what I'm hearing on your vocal, but you'll get the idea, right? So I'm kind of hearing this. And it's got a ton of, now this is crazy. That sounds nuts. Sounds, just wild. But that's the reflection, this huge space that we get here from your vocal, right? If I play this.
Whiskey flows wash away my pain.
You get all that reflection right in there. What I would love to hear is a really, really short tail. So let's bring this up. I'm going to darken the reverb down to about 5,000 hertz. I'm going to cut out the mud up to 200 hertz. I'm going to bring the decay down to about 2 seconds max. And I'm going to put it at like 5%. And now you have window sill on the window pane. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And there's a little bit of glue. You can hear it in the background. A little bit of glue. It keeps from the dry dead space and vocal noise, like, preamp noise and like self noise and stuff like that. You get this little bit of glue, a little bit of reflection, but it's like really, really in the background. It's not like the prominent effect that you're hearing. And by default, it's also not necessary to like sidechain that in order to like duck a massive hall reverb underneath your vocal, because it's just glue. It's like you barely even know it's there, but it's just acting as a glue layer of reflection and energy in the space that fills in some of those gaps for you and makes it feel somewhat processed. That to me, again, we're talking 2 seconds or less, as far as decay goes. Maybe a little bit of a quicker pre-delay, like 7 to 10 seconds. You're carving some space in the EQ, and your mix is really, really low. That to me is going to be way more appealing to listen to than a huge hall reverb that you then have to like duck in and out of against a really, really dry guitar. So it's not necessarily, like I mentioned earlier, about there being no reverb. It's about the reverb being maybe a little bit more intentional and a little bit more polished and a little bit more focused on what exactly you want people to experience of your vocal. What space do you want them to be in? Yes, James, I do. That's what we're doing here. We're doing long form consultations for artists and producers and engineers, musicians, songwriters, so on and so on. But effects as well. I was using the effects on Studio One and they work good. I'll be honest with you. It's probably not the effects themselves. You can get a Grammy winning mix with stock plugins. Promise you. I've seen it done. I promise you can get a Grammy winning mix with stock Pro Tools, stock Studio One, stock Logic, stock plugins. It's not necessary. It's just understanding, I think, the nuances of how each of those elements and each of like the language behind what's happening on those reverbs and your compressors and stuff like that are actually affecting the holistic structure of your mix, right? Because like I could do the same thing here, right? So like this is a cheap, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, reverb. I was like, wait, hold on, what's going on here? Like a free plugin that comes with Pro Tools, right? This is Deverb. This is a free plugin that comes on Pro Tools. There we go. We'll put it on a hall reverb. I'll put it under, let's bring the mix all the way to the top. Decay under a second. Bring it down to about 5%. Let's get a little bit less diffusion. Bring our pre-delay to about 7 milliseconds like we're talking about before. So like I'm largely bringing in kind of the same settings. I'm going to high cut at about 5,500 hertz. I'm going to low pass filter at right around there. And then here, it's the same. You hear that little, I can bring this up. It's a different plugin, so I can raise it a little bit. Let's let this go out. Let's let it diffuse a little bit. Let's go a little bit longer. We'll go a bigger size. There we go. And it's right here just about. Little bit of glue. And this is a free plugin, right? This just comes stock with Pro Tools, right? So I do need to learn how to use the effects a little bit better. That would be my priority for you. Would not necessarily be that, okay, I need to get Valhalla, I need to get, Fab Filter Pro Q3, I need to get the UAD bundle, I need to get Wave subscription, whatever. Like all those are great. And I use all of those. They're all great. But don't let the new shiny thing be the crutch for you learning the foundational thing that's required for any of those plugins anyways. Because you'll still make the same mistakes with the fancy plugin with the ones that are cheaper and sound bad. You can do a lot with, if you have a stock EQ, you have a stock compressor, you should have pretty much everything at your hands. I've posted some videos on this. I should do more. Bren, shout out to the Red App. The Red App's where it's at. Sounds good, Colin. I'll double check here in just 1 second. Thank you so much for the submission. So I would prioritize processing here. And it's just, again, one of the things that we talk about all the time that I think is really important is making sure everything in your structure is pointed in the same direction. Making sure, let me move this back a sec. Making sure that like your songwriting, your mixing, your production, your processing all points in the same direction. So if you want this kind of like like dry, vulnerable, emotional, kind of like punchy structure for a song, make sure everything follows in that direction and that your vocal isn't randomly set in like a huge space, right? Make it smaller, make it a little bit drier, allow it to be glue. Okay, one other thing real quick that we'll get into as I move forward in the song really quick. In fact, let me give me a second to update. Let's see, I've got Mead, Derek, Markeel, Kev Monty, and 24 Leak. Just give me a second here to get all this updated. Let's see. Da-da. And I'm assuming that's you, Bren. I'm assuming that's you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. Let me get you up there. I'm assuming that's you based on the name. So let me get you up there. I appreciate that so much, man. And let me also get Colin. Colin, I got you as well. Colin, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's you. I think I got you up there. Let me know. You can confirm it for me. Colin, I appreciate you so much. Let me get you up there as well. All love, man. All love. I appreciate you a lot. Wait, I'm saying Brent again. Let me see. Colin, got you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Line should be updated. Line should be updated. Okay, let's move a little bit farther.
Popping pills like candy, 'cause every time I close my eyes, I feel you watching over me.
You're still getting some clipping in this track as well. There's a big, so to me, this vocal feels fairly unprocessed outside of compression and reverb. And there might be some automatic tuning in the background. I'll listen a little bit deeper for it. But compression and reverb, they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So the vocal ends up coming in really, really hot into your preamp, right? So you can tell that going into your interface, levels are really, really hot. You don't have any headroom, right? There's no room to like compress, brighten, make it louder because you have no room to actually push it. It's already clipping going in, or several times. You might bring it away from the clipping in the DAW, but that's post-conversion, right? Pre-conversion, I think you're already clipping your interface. So I would make sure just your gain staging matters a lot here. So make sure that you're recording in a little bit quieter so that you have plenty of headroom going into the DAW. You have plenty of space to like brighten things, compress things, control things, make them louder, make them quieter, and you have a good balance to them because it seems like you're clipping going in just based on how much compression you're forced to do in order to control it, right? It's already grabbing onto a lot. And then by default, since you're coming in so hot, any compression you do at all is going to squash the vocal. So you get this kind of pumped, restricted, tightened vocal in there that's not really like smooth and transparent and natural. You can hear a lot of the processing happening. You can hear compression grabbing onto it. You can hear that preamp working really hard to like discover that signal, right? So in this case, I would, for one, gain stage. Gain staging is going to be huge. It's like kind of stepping back to some of the foundations. Gain staging and making sure that you're not clipping at your preamp, that you're controlling levels with every different plugin that you add, right? So when you turn in your knobs going into your interface and setting your initial gain, when you get into the DAW and you add your first like EQ and maybe you pull out some mud, you brighten it a little bit, but it makes it a little bit quieter. You make up that gain a little bit. And then on the other side, thank you for the follow, Charlton. I appreciate you so much. ASF, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. And then maybe you add a compressor to control the dynamic range a little bit more and it makes it quieter. So you make up gain a little bit there. It's getting into all of these different stages of your vocal chain and making sure that you are consistently, this is your gain staging, making sure that you're adjusting gauge at every stage of your vocal chain. Mikhail, thank you so much for the follow as well. Making sure that you're adjusting gain at every stage of your vocal chain. Otherwise, you'll add a compressor and it'll sound crazy and really, really loud. You'll brighten up the top end like crazy and not control anything. And your vocal kind of gets out of control as you go through your vocal chain, especially as you add more and more nuanced, plugins to your chain, right? So if you're clipping going in, you're doing forced suppression of your dynamic range through compression because you have to, otherwise it's going to sound crazy. So you're forced compressing, you're getting 8 dB of reduction, and then you're trying to re-brighten it again. You're now kind of out of control, right? We got to go back to the beginning. We got to go back to proximity to the microphone, angles of your microphone, go back to gain staging right at the preamp itself, right at the interface itself, and then go through your chain and adjust stuff as you go. Is that like some stuff I need to learn? Is this all you? Yeah, it is. Well, the live stream is not all I do. So I work full time as an engineer and as a producer and session musician. That's what I do full time. And then every day or as many days as I can throughout the week, I do these live streams where we hop on for 3 or 4 hours and we break down people's songs. We talk through their mix and production details and sound design, stuff like that, lyrics, songwriting, whatever it may be. But yeah, I work full time as an engineer, producer, and session musician. That's like my job. And then we do this as well on the side. If you want to submit, just thank you for hopping in. It's good to see you in here. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details right there. Colin, I see you. It's good to see you over on there. And if you run into any ads or anything, Colin, you can hop on over to the other app, the red app, and it'll do. It'll take care of that for you. But you will notice that the audio is a lot better over here. So those two things for me, you're processing the space that you set your vocal in and your gain staging are going to make all of the difference in the world. Tyler, good to see you. Thanks for tapping in. It's good to see you. All right, let me go a little bit deeper into this.
Cruising down highway 35. Been through fire and I've been through rain.
Let me skip into this last section here because like, yeah, that to me is like, I want you to start there. I want to start with the foundational elements. I want to start with those foundational elements of gain staging first and foremost, just getting your vocal to the DAW and then how you process from there on out. Because there's some low end mud at, 100 to 300 hertz, 100 to 400 hertz. There's some boominess there. There's some other like processing techniques that we can get into, but I want you to get, before you do anything, you start adding plugins, you start adding a bunch of stuff and effects to your chain and stuff like that. I want you to get phenomenal at just tracking your dry vocal and your process. Like get phenomenal at where you record, the angle of your microphone, your proximity to it, the way that you express and project your vocal. Get phenomenal at gain staging and understanding like, hey, I'm about to go into my hook here where I'm going to do a much higher vocal. So I'm actually going to bring this down a little bit. I'm going to gain stage a little bit lower so that I have a little bit more headroom when I'm, hitting a little bit of a higher chest voice, so on and so on. Like I want you to get excellent at that. Get excellent at that. Because if you do that, you don't even have to do nearly as much. If you can control proximity, you control your gain staging going in, your vocal will be so much closer to mixed by the time you get into the DAW. And then you're not spending all of your time using plugins to fix issues from before. You just fix those issues at the source. I'm the biggest fan of that in the world. Fix it at the source. That's what it's all about. Moody Cat, thanks for hopping in. Should I big hoon before age and my chain? 100% every time, Jay. Every single time. I will always prioritize that before anything else. Hey, Joseph, good to see you. And good morning to you as well, Joseph. Cooking chicken, by the way. That sounds phenomenal. Sounds great. All right, let me get a little bit deeper into this.
Round, does this ever have an end?
Because once again, you have like really good melody structure, man. Like I'm saying, like what we're hearing here, I don't think is the best representation of your music. You know what I mean? Like I'm hearing like melodies that are actually really good. I'm hearing structure that's actually good and repetitive and has good formatting and good lyric structure, but I'm not necessarily getting that reflected in the mix because of the things that we're talking about. So I would love to get that clarity back and get that distinction back in the mix. And that has to do with a lot of the things that we're talking about. Thank you so much, Moody. You as well. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. I love him.
Oh, sweet ends. Rain is falling down my window pane. Nothing driving me like
Yeah,
me
absolutely.
insane.
Wide open.
Whiskey flows wash away my pain.
Gianni, welcome in.
Popping pills I can't day. Cause every time I close my eyes.
Like these melodies, those are so catchy. They're really, really good melodies. Like you're a good artist, man. Like I can tell there's a lot behind what you're doing. I want to like get through the fog of the processing here to like what your vocal actually is and what this song actually is. Because you are recording with a condenser microphone. You do have a good DAW to process all of this stuff. So I have so much hope and I see so much potential in what you're doing, man. So much potential in what you're doing. So definitely keep chipping away at this. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. Just hit reset a little bit. Hit reset a little bit to where you don't feel like you are adding the next plugin to fix the plugin before it, but you're getting it right before that. You're getting it right at the source. If you do that, man, you have so much potential, 100%. Joseph said, I just streamed for 14 hours to try and finish a game and catch up on a series. Still got a ton to go. Dang, that's crazy. Joseph, you need some rest, I'm sure. Well, you said you just woke up, but that's wild. That's 14 hours is crazy. I have a question. How much would you charge to do a Zoom and teach me how to use them properly? Copen, shoot me a message on Instagram or on TikTok. I do that all the time. In fact, I just did a couple this last week. I did two offline consultations last week, and we can go over whatever you want to go. So if you want to learn your DAW a little bit better, you want to improve on recording structure, help you with tracking, with songwriting, whatever it may be. If you want to just like do a breakdown, like a consultation, like we're doing that with a couple songs, you can book by the hour offline, so you don't have to worry about the live stream, and you can actually talk to me. It's a little bit more efficient when you're able to talk back as well. So shoot me a message. Shoot me a message on TikTok, and we can work out pricing and when would be a good time for you to do that as well. But I would absolutely love to help you out. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Show some love. That is coping. Yeah, I did a couple of those last week. I did one this week. I love doing that. To me, it's like this live stream is great, but it's also kind of compartmentalized, as you know. It's like I'm talking and you're not talking back except a couple 12 words in the chat. It's difficult. It's hard sometimes. Just a quick reminder as well. That if y'all want to go back and look at the full structure of what we do, if you want to get like a recording of all of this that we do here, on the Red app, YT, the video app, on the Red app, I save all of these VODs to a playlist called Track Talk live stream. So this is episode 30, technically, even though we've been doing this for like 3 years. I just started over and started going from there, but this is episode 30. So if you're like, man, I forgot, I didn't screen record, I didn't take notes or whatever, you just want to go back and reference your breakdown, you can go to the Red app, to the channel, and you can find all of the VODs and stuff right there if you need to go back and reference things again. Y'all, please show some love to Copen Matthews. Show some love. Show some love. There's a lot of talent there, man. A lot of talent there. I'm excited for you to build on what you're doing right now, man, because I genuinely feel like you have the potential to make some really engaging music, some really emotional music. And so I'm excited for you to like hone in on what you're doing, because it's there. It's there. We just can't feel it. We can't quite get it. So y'all, please show some love to Copen. If you like what you hear, the song is on platforms as well. Go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. Go like the track. Go follow on Spotify. All of that good stuff. Michaela, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Just read through and follow all the steps right there. Let me double check just a few things. Tyler, I got you. Tyler, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to Tyler. Shout out to Tyler. Shout out to Tyler. Let me get Tyler up on the board. I appreciate you so much, man. I mean, man, that's going to be stuck in my head. It's so catchy. It's so catchy. I'm telling you, Copen. Even though it needs some quality improvements, it's already stuck in my head brutally. All right, let me just make sure I've got everything updated here. Give me just 2 seconds. Okay, Colin and Tyler, I got you. Y'all are up, ready to go. Zane's in the building. What's up, Zane? Let me see. Hey, bro, I watched your video about the Poly D this morning. I'm buying it. Do it. You will not be disappointed. It's such a phenomenal instrument. For the price, you can't beat it. For the price, it's hard to beat like a good solid mono. I mean, it's paraphonic, but it's a solid mono synth like that. Julie's in the building. Julie, thank you so much for Julie, I can't talk. Julie, thank you so much for hopping in. Brent said, wait. I have a feeling that Brent does not want to wait around. Does not want to wait around. Brad said, one second. For Sully's in the building. When is Seth videos coming, bro? I know. I want to. Okay, what is today? Today's Monday? Today's Monday. Mike, thanks for hopping in. Good to see you. Brendan, thanks for hopping in over on TikTok as well. Thank y'all so much for hopping in. This week, first of all, I gotta do. Hold me accountable. Hold me accountable. It's Monday. I don't even know what day it is. It's Monday. I've got to do a synth video this week. I've got to do it. What synth are you the most interested in for Sully? You see what I have, right? You've seen a lot of what I have back here. Is there one in particular that you're more interested in? I've done stuff on nearly all of them. When I might get a drum machine this week too. I might get an analog drum machine this week. We'll see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, is it the SpongeBob Square? SpongeBob. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Yes, Tyler and Bren, I got you. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see. I know it's so hard, Joseph. I got to do one this week. For Sully, I got to do one this week. All right, waiting on Bren, and then that's what reminded you of that. Okay, hold on. Really quick, Mikhail, just double check. Just double check, Mikhail, that you do follow all of the steps. Let me throw the line back up on the board really quick. Double check that you follow all of the steps from the top of the form all the way to the bottom. That way I can get your full submission up on the board. I really want to know how you record the synth in a session on a beat, like how to deal with latency and that. But also the overall patching. Okay, yeah, dude, I would love to. That's a great video. That's a great video. Yeah, just double check. I think I have a half submission from you, so I want to make sure that I got everything in order. Okay. Hold on. Let me get all this. Organized. Give me one sec. Bren's coming in hot. Okay. I think Bren wants it. I got you, Bren. Bren's gonna make it happen. Bren said, it's me now. No questions asked. Bren, thank you for your generosity, man. I appreciate you so much. Okay, let me get you updated and let's run it. Let's get straight into the music, y'all, and let's keep it going. But once again, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Read through and follow all of those steps, and we'll get you moving in the right direction. Tony, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, if you want to submit, profile, link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see everything that you need. If you're on the red app, go to the link in the description for the live stream. If you're on the purple app, the T, then type !submit right there in the chat. We got Bren, we got Tyler, we got Mead, we got Derek, we got Markeel, Kev, Monty, 24 Leak, and Colin up on the board. In fact, Colin, I got to move you up here, actually. Give me a sec. You are on the wrong spot. You should be ahead like 7 spots. I got you. Colin, you are moved up. You're ready to go. Okay, y'all, let's keep it going. Keep it going. That way we can get to as much of this music as possible. All right, this is Bren, Bad Habits. This is self-written, co-produced with Pete Zen, mixed by Kyle Black, Paramore, 21 Pilots, and Green Day. Let's get into it. So yeah, any details you want me to, Bren, I think it is my first time hearing you officially, right? Officially? I've seen you here in the chat a little bit. Jones in the building. I hope I can someday send him my music. And the music will be top 3 successful. And I would love to listen to it. Man. Anytime. There's never any pressure, never any rush. I would absolutely love to hit into it. I got you, Life. I got you. Bren. Okay, beautiful. It's been going good, Life. Catching up. We're moving and grooving. We got music coming out, man. Music coming out. You're about to get moving here. I'm excited. 100%. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Let me double check here real quick. Got you, Mikhail. I got you. And then let me just double check here. I love it so much, Bren. I love it so much. It's my favorite thing in the world. Okay, Mikhail and Bren. Beautiful. Let's go. This Saturday, let's go, man. Let's go. You got it, man. You got it. Okay, hold on. Let me just get this let me get this organized here real quick. Okay, Mikhail, I got you. I want to make sure that I spell it right. Yeah, A-E-L. Beautiful. Okay, Mikhail, you are up on the board, ready to go. And I would encourage y'all, if you do want to see the line, go to the purple or red app. Use your imagination there. You kind of have to on TikTok, unfortunately. But use your imagination there and go. Let me see. Markeel, Derek, Colin. Perfect. There we go. Go to the purple or red app. The red app is probably the most seamless place to go, just because there's no ads. As far as I know. Is there ads on there? I don't even know. Sleek Ivory, thanks for hopping in. All right, y'all. Let's get into it. We got Bren in the building. Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate that a lot. Andrew, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. All right, I'm going to open up the Dropbox here. Oh yeah, I already read this. Okay, yeah, Bren. That dude, premium, that is one of the most useful things in the world, Tyler. Literally,
premium YouTube is one of the few things that's like worth paying for. It is so nice. You know, I watch a lot of YouTube too. So that makes a difference. That's why I'm not on the manifest account. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's get into it. Bren, give me all details. I got the details that you have here. So it's self-produced and co-produced and then mixed. If there's anything else that you want me to know, anything at all else that you want me to know, please drop it in the chat. And let's get into it, man. I'm excited.
Oh, I think I went too far this time. On the West Coast, swear that I cannot miss. Swear that I die for this. So all of these eyes play the gap, they see me fail. Wanna push me off the rails, but I won't crash this time. And just call me every time I'm lost. I know we got bad habits. Your tears are my own jacket. Back home is cold. Bad habits. So tired of conversating about all the things we left behind. I'll keep you close in my mind.
Love the gating on the sample in the background too. I'm assuming that's your voice.
I wanna sing your name in every song, so it doesn't feel like you're gone. I know. Please don't take this wrong. I know it's been way too long. You're scared of going solo. Nightmares of letting this go. Feels like I'm procrastinating. I'm so fucking tired. Won't you call me every time I'm lost? I know we got bad habits. Your tears are my own jacket. Back home is cold. Bad habits. So tired of conversating about all the things we left behind. I'll keep you close in I know we got bad habits. Your tears are my own jacket. Back home is cold. So tired of conversating about all the things we left
Great writing.
behind. I'll keep you closer in my mind.
So good, man. Y'all give it up one time. That is Bren right here in the chat. This is as far as I know, Bren, let me know. As far as I know, this is unreleased. But man, let's dive in. This is a solid track, man. Great writing, great structure, creative production. Yeah, killer. It's so killer. Let's run it from the top. I have one thing that I want to make sure that we get, which is clarity and vocal towards the tail end of your hook, just because it does fall back in the mix a little bit, probably due to some compression settings on the master. So we can talk about that briefly, but it's a phenomenal structure. It's so dynamic and impactful. It's so cool. Let's do it, Joseph. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. All right, let's run it from the top. But Bren, I love what you're doing, man. You're a solid. I know this was co-produced with you and someone else, I believe, right? But all those lyrics and everything were you, your vocal is you. You're killer, man. Really well done. Literally, I just want to point out like one little thing that to me matters a lot in just the retention of the song and how people perceive it and how they remember it lyrically and stuff like that. But dude, you're absolutely killer. Let's run it from the top. Please give it up one time for Bren. And then Bren, also let people know if you have music on platforms. Let people know if you have music on platforms. That way they can go find you in any of the other music that you have as well. All right, let's run it. Actually, let me. I need to answer something real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. Should be good. Okay, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top, man. Love the Beatles. Love the Beatles. I also really, really love this overdriven, like completely saturated, like gated sample in the background with the auto pan. Beautiful. I have a note. Let me just like, I'm going to toss some stuff out there, and Bren, feel free to ignore 90% of what I say if it's not something that aligns with your vision for the song. I'm just going to mention some things that to me, I like details, I like nuance, I like tiny little things in here. So I'll mention some things that are just kind of nitpicky, but they're not meant to be. They're just little details that I'm listening for. I would love this. There's a small amount of like swing to the guitar in the background, which I love. It gives it this nice little edge and this movement that feels really, really natural. The like filter gate that's on the sample that's auto panned there in the intro is tied to the grid. And so what happens is that sample, and again, this is the smallest detail in the world. So again, please feel free to ignore it. But that sample then ends up being rushed compared to the guitar. So it like actually cuts in a little bit early. It cuts in a little bit early as opposed to like the natural organic swing of the guitar underneath it. I would love, again, tiny detail. I would love to just like copy all or select all, take that little sample that's auto panned in there and push it 5 milliseconds to the right on the grid, like 10 milliseconds to the right, just a small amount, right? A few milliseconds to the right on the playlist, just to get it back in line. Kimura, welcome in. Good to see you. Get it back in line with all of the other production elements, like the drums and the guitar and the rest of the structure. It has this beautiful little swing to it that makes it feel so vibey and so moody. I would love for that to be lined up as well. That way it doesn't feel noisy or busy just because it comes in a few milliseconds early. Tiny, 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 tiny detail. But I do feel like it would add to that energy by just swinging the whole thing. Okay, let me back it up here. I'm gonna get to the top.
Oh, I think I went too far this time. On the West Coast where that I cannot miss.
All this is beautiful, by the way. All of this is really, really nice. So like structurally speaking, your vocal comes in saturated, punchy, slicey, nice grungy, production structure underneath. There's a little bit of harmonics and a little bit of distortion over everything underneath it. Sounds nice, Bren. Sounds really, really nice.
Swear that I die for this. So all of these eyes, bleeding out, they see me fail.
Great dynamic shifts. We talk about this all the time. Stair-stepping dynamics. You go into largely the same vocal structure, but you add a higher layer with some like ringing harmonics and distortion over the top of that. Just those tiny little additional details. It just takes your vocal from here to here. It's a small stair step in dynamics, but it immediately makes this delayed hit, this delayed break right here, feel more dynamic. Since after that break, there's a bit more information and a bit more energy. To me, that's just fabulous. It's small detail, but it takes you really, really far.
I die for this. So all of these eyes, bleeding out, they see me fail. Wanna push me off the rails, but I won't crash this time. And just call me every time I'm lost. I know we got bad habits. Your tears are my own jacket. Back home is cold. Bad habits, so tired of conversating about all the things we left behind. I'll keep you close.
Okay, so here, I'll be honest with you, Bren, this is like the only, beyond that little pocket there, who cares? That's largely irrelevant to how good the rest of this track sounds. This one little thing for me here is just a clarity thing for your lead, and making sure that the consumer, the audience, at first listen of the song can learn it, right? That they can understand what's happening there, that they can hear that vocal with clarity over the top of the mix. Even though I love the noise, I'm not trying to make this like clean and pristine. And it needs to be noisy. It needs to be a little bit crazy sounding. That's part of the goal. Two things kind of in tandem. I'm going to back it up a little bit here. You'll hear once you hit your lower register leading into the falsetto that you kind of completely lose like phrasing and distinction there around all of this other noise, which again, all sounds really, really good. But there's kind of two things I want you to look at.
obsessed with the production on this. It's so good. Okay, so two things that I would look for. One, and again, these are just notes that you can check on. You can make some adjustments to, or if you're really just liking the structure of what you have and it just feels right to you, then ignore it, right? It's just another set of ears. It's just another set of ears. On the master, double check at your loudest points of the song. So like peak of this hook here. Like right here at the peak of the song and like peak of the structure where you have as much energy as possible, check the compression on the master. If you're getting more than like 3 dB of reduction there, maybe make some adjustments to that and loosen that threshold just a little bit so that and then make up for it on the other side. Loosen the threshold and make up on the other side. That way, if that bass and the drums are kicking in and they're compressing and they're squashing the signal and they're bringing things too far under control, then it could be kind of suppressing that vocal as well. You just making sure that the whole mix isn't getting too crushed by compression on the master. If that is happening, you'll hear a little bit of pumping. You'll get some things that are kind of swallowed up by the mix. In this case, the lead vocal can kind of get swallowed up in the mix, and then it feels like it gets really, really loud when all of those guitars leave the mix right after that, right? So all those big basses and guitars and your bigger production structure leaves the mix going into your verses, and all of a sudden the mix kind of inflates a little bit. That usually tells me that something on going into the master is robbing you of some headroom, and once that headroom is full because of that element, it's suppressing, and that's where you're getting some of that pumping and some of the drowning out of other elements where you lose some distinction in the mix. So Kyle, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So I would maybe make sure that what's going into the master maybe is a little bit more under control. You probably have some space to bring those double track guitars and bass, maybe even drums down a hair, a dB and a half, like barely anything, a dB and a half, 2 dB, give you some headroom again. And then feed into the master a little bit quieter, and then look for like 2 dB max of gain reduction, just to get that vocal a little bit higher there. Because man, there's so much about this is gorgeous, but I would hate to lose like this ending melody right here. No, keep you closer. I would hate to lose that melody structure in the back of the mix, since everything else is so incredibly well balanced. So well balanced. Okay, let me get into this next section here.
Every time I'm lost,
Hey, thank you, Kyle.
I know we got bad habits. Your sins are my old jacket. Back home is cold. Bad habits, so tired of conversating about all the things we left behind.
That's a powerful production, and it sounds gorgeous. It sounds so good. So good. Because that is your punchline, and I'll leave you closer in my mind. That is like the punchline of the song. So to me, it's at least personally speaking, every engineer is gonna have a different perspective on it. Obviously, that to me, it really matters that cuts through with some prominence, right? Just because that to me is kind of the whole song within that line, and I want to make sure that comes through with some level of clarity. Eleazar, am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You could also just ride the gain on that a little bit too, like a little fader automation, doesn't hurt either. Thank you for the follow. It's nasty.
I know we got bad habits.
Hear how crazy that vocal sounds, and it's so good, it's so clear, it's so incredibly beautifully done. Processing is gorgeous, but you can hear the distinction in loudness between the two vocals. To me, is kind of what I'm listening for.
Your tears
Thank
are
you for the heartbeat, appreciate it.
my
And Tony,
old
thank you.
jacket. Back home is cold. So tired of conversating about all the things we left behind. I'll keep you closer in my mind.
And I love the drying up of the vocal in the room, like the drying up right there at the end, just beautifully done. And y'all, please show some love. Spider, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Amazing job, Bren. You're a beast. This is such an incredible structure. It's really well done. Thank you for the popular. I appreciate that, Dev. Thank you for the love. It's incredibly polished and well done. It feels very professional. It feels very industry standard, commercial, ready to go. Like this is the kind of song that you need to get in movies. You need to get in, in games and stuff like that. It's a really great structure. Your vocal is confident. It's polished. It's professional. The writing is very commercial, very credited. You should be incredibly proud of what you're doing. Zeus in the building. What's up, Zeus? Y'all, please show some love, Bren. You're amazing. I'm so glad we finally got to hear your music, man. I cannot wait to hear more. You're incredibly talented, man. And Bren, if you have music on platforms, please let people know. Please let people know. And then when that total cut works, hold on, I missed it. It works so well. Sometimes 100%. In that case, it does. In that case, it dries up beautifully. It really works. But y'all, one more time for Bren. Thank you so much for sending this in, man. I appreciate that more than you know. Incredible job. Let me make sure I've got everything updated here really quick. And then Kimura, really quick, just please double check the minimums over on the Red app if you can for me. Double check the minimums really quick. I just got your submission in. I want to make sure that I can still get you up on the board. I got to go use the restroom really quick, y'all. And then we'll... Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That means more than you know. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Okay, give me a minute, y'all, and then I think we're going to get into Tyler next. I got to use the restroom, and then we'll be back into the rest of the music, y'all. But I love and appreciate y'all so much. Don't go anywhere. We'll see y'all in just a few minutes. I'm going to keep this up and running. Let me just see something real quick. What am I missing? What am I missing here? Give me a sec. Closer in the night. Just crazy catchy. It's so well done. So well done. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find my... Hold on. Oh, there we go. Y'all, and then really quick, if you would like to check the line and stuff like that, just make sure that you go over to the Red app or the Purple app so you can see the line, the order, and the minimums and all that good stuff. Just because they are adjusted over the line so you can see where y'all are. Okay, give me a minute, y'all. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll be right back to the music. All right. All right. Wait. 70. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm not looking. I'm just going to answer questions. Hold on. I'm not looking. What's going on? Joseph, you're so helpful. Thank you so much. Y'all are so kind. 17K. Y'all killed it. Y'all are amazing. Okay. We don't want you here for three more minutes. Okay. Let me double check a few things real quick. She's back. He's back this summer. Okay, let's see. Jan, I got you. Okay, give me one moment, y'all. Let me get this updated. Let me know. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Kimura's in the building. I need to update minimums, y'all. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Okay, let me keep Okay, give me a second, y'all. I need to update a few things and feel something out. Let's see.
Stuck in a corner, 7 weeks marching in order.
1 second, Joe. 1 second.
Louder than jet planes. All it took for me to be sane.
All right, and Tyler. No. You're next, Tyler, for sure. You're next. I got you pulled up. I'm just checking something. And that's it's Manifesto, right? I just want to double check and make sure I have the right stuff set up here, the right email pulled up. Okay, cool. Got Manifesto. Okay. Mikhail, yes. That's why I keep telling y'all, go check the line. Go check the line. If you want to know where you are, it's up the entire live stream. Yeah. I got you. And True Media, yours has not come through. I'm checking another profile here. Yours has not come through. If y'all want to know your position, the line is up the entire live stream unless I have the DAW up, which is not that often. So go to my profile and go to either the red or the purple app. That way y'all can see the line, the order, the minimum. If you have submitted, and Derek, I got you as well. Let me get Derek pushed up. I appreciate you so much, man. On his birthday too. If you are submitting, just please make sure that you go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission, and then read through and follow those steps. I've got Manifesto pulled up here under this email, so I already have that one. That one's going to be next, just because I already have that one confirmed where it's supposed to be. And then Derek, I'm pushing you up as well. Let me keep that updated. True Media, I don't think you followed all the steps, or at least I haven't seen the other half of the submission. So just please make sure that you did read through all of the details so I can get you up there. If anybody is submitting right now, I need y'all to check the line first because I'm updating minimums currently to make sure that they're matched with where they're supposed to be. So let me get all these updated. Tyler's in the building. So Tyler, we're running it right now. Let me get this updated. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm getting a couple of things taken care of before we move on to the next song. Deb, thank you so much for the finger hearts too. I hope I didn't miss that earlier. And then really quick, y'all, my stomach's it's not feeling the best. It's not feeling the best. So I'm going to do as much as I can. I'm going to do as much as I can right now. I might have to be in and out a little bit though. I'm going to try to get through as much of y'all's music as possible. So don't feel like you're going to miss anything. But I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting y'all know that I might be in and out of here a little bit in between tracks as necessary. Hopefully it's nothing crazy. Hopefully it's nothing too crazy. But we're going to kick it off with Tyler just to let y'all know. If I end up at the end of the night having to cut things a little bit short, I'll do my best to get through as much of this as I possibly can. We've got Manifesta in the building. Until then, yeah, until then, we've got Boom by Manifesta. Let's get into it. So I wanted to update you on the track I showed you last time I was on. I got the vocals back about a week ago. This is not the final mix. Just looking forward to hearing your thoughts. By the way, it's Manifesta. It's so good to see you, Manifesta. Let's get into it. Exactly. I'm going to play it by ear. I'm going to try to get through the full. I say I have 5 left. I'm going to try to get through those 5. But I'm just going to have to kind of play it by ear. All right, this is Boom by Manifesta. Let me get the track downloaded and let's keep it going. Yeah, I'm going to check out the lyrics as we go through the live too. Let's get this downloaded over here. Boom by Manifesta. Let's get into it.
Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, living too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Turn up the bass, we shaking the room. Tell the DJ to play my tune. Yeah, all I need is one spark, and the place go boom.
Hey. This is a different vocal, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Yeah, that fits great. That's different than the last vocal I heard. That fits great.
Whoa. Run it, lights go stroll. Turn up the bass till it don't really low. Too live energy, can't move slow. Feel so high when the bass get low. Lights flash, ignite the room. Heartbeat match when the bass go boom. It's a fast life, turn it up, let's zoom. Euphoria, I'm touching the moon. Well, you know, bringing the party like this. We bring the vibes and they can't deny this. Bringing that trail, they can never bite this. Feeding them hype, they can only try to bite this. Bite miss another one, speakers cracking. Echoes in the wall when I run this back. When feel it in your chest, see a crowd reaction. Feel it live with the bass, it's a fatal attraction. I'm living too fast, living too loud. No, they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud. No, they can't cool us down. Turn up the bass, we shaking the room. Tell the DJ to play my tune. Yeah, all I need is one spark, and the place go boom.
Kara, thank you so much for the follow. A producer called Manifesta. They're over on the Red app. Ariel, thank you so much for the follow. Let's go. Shout out to Manifesta. I have heard, welcome back, Jenna. I have heard this track before, or most of the production structure of this before, and this is an update on that production structures. So this is not a final mix yet. It's not a final mix yet, but ASF, this is an artist called Manifesta. They're over on the Red app right now. Phenomenal producer and composer. So the other one that I heard from him was a remix with a different vocal. This is a fresh original vocal on the track. So we shouldn't have too much to break down on this one, just because I've heard the vast majority. There's Manifesta. Everybody drop a follow to Manifesta right there in the chat over on TikTok. Show them some love and support. And let's get back into this track, man. This is sounding really nice. My main objective, if you will, with this track and this breakdown that we do right here is to focus on the hook. I think most of your build-up structure is really good. There's something about the mids that I feel like they need something on we need some grime, we need some grunge, we need some texture in the mids on the hook, on the breakdown. Your verses and your buildup, I think, are really dynamic. The vocal sounds great. And this is, of course, not even the main breakdown. It's not even the main mix, right? So I'm excited for it to get to that phase. But all of that being said, there's a part of me that feels like it's missing some nastiness in the middle of the mix there. So let's get into it. I mean, immediately just great energy in the production right off the bat, and great vocal introduction as well.
Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down.
Great layering too. So underneath the structure of this project, welcome in. Underneath the structure of this, you have obviously your lead vocal sitting right in the middle where it should. But you also have a couple other layers based off of that layer that I can hear in there as well. You have a low octave informant shift. You have a high octave informant shift up as well. I'm assuming like little altar boy, stuff like that you have positioned on the aux as well, that are giving you this like really nice spread and stack of vocals, all with different formats. That makes it feel really engaging on the vocal side. It's fantastic. Silver, welcome in. Thanks for tapping in. Let's see. They said TikTok, in case anyone wants to follow. Definitely tell people where to find you, man. Tell people where to find you. 100%. This is the mix from the vocalist. I'm going to mix it in more. Beautiful. I'm going to run it back from the top. But yeah, you get this really nice spread just from having multiple layers of that vocal based off of that singular lead right there, which is really nice.
Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, living too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't.
There's something, I'm going to say this, and I say this with some nuance because some people hate this person. So please read through the lines if you also hate this person. I mean it as a compliment, and I mean it in a way that just has this really cool party energy to it. This to me really reminds me of like early 2000s Pitbull, like remixes and stuff like that. There's something about it. There's something about it that to me, and again, some people hate him and think he's the cheesiest guy in the world, but I just mean it in a good way. This is like a very good commercial party record that I feel like reminds me so much of like the early 2000s going into the 2010s. That is nostalgic. It's like fun. It's pumpy. It's nasty. And the vocal really reminds me. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like. I want to preface this a little bit because some people are like, dude, Pitbull, how dare you? How dare you compare me to Mr. 305? But I think it sounds great. I think it sounds party. I think it sounds energetic. I think it has so much just energy and vibe to it. So I mean it in the best way. Mead said Pitbull got paid. That's fact. That's a fact. You also can be doing Kia commercials in the next 25 years. Pitbull got paid, man. People give him hate. Man got paid. He just featured on every record out there, and crushed it, man. Shout out to Pitbull. Shout out to Pitbull. Almost 20K. Let's go. Yeah, we'll do a giveaway. Okay, I'll double check for you. As soon as I get through the song. Shout out to Joseph too, man. I appreciate you so much. All right, let's get into it.
Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down.
Yeah, we gotta get to at least like 20 shares. What are we doing?
Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, living too loud, no they can't cool us down. Living too fast, too loud, no they can't cool us down.
Got you, Joseph.
All I need is one spark. and the place go boom.
Hold on, I want to back it up. I'm hearing something. I'm hearing something from the gods of music. Let me back it up a little bit. Okay, here's one thing I think would be interesting, and it's just the tiniest little detail that would make it, in my opinion, just feel a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more intentional, and really build tension as the song goes on. I would take your formant shifted layers here, even if you keep your lead vocal dry and keep it raw, or not raw necessarily, it's obviously very processed, but without any pitch modulation. Take your high formant shift and your low formant shift and automate the pitch up on this last little section when you're doing the build up on the snare. Just then, keep everything locked in where it is, but you already have a natural boost in high energy because the lead vocal changes their register and goes from the like it starts to build up energy, right? On that low one and the high one, the high formant and the low formant. It could be nice to like just automate pitch up with that riser as it's kind of bending up right there to give it some more tension, but keep the lead vocal dry. Something like that to just create a little bit more energy right there. Keep all of this the same. Probably starting like here, like keep the first ones the same, and then starting right here, start to this like build up the energy there on the low and the high formant. You'll hear it a lot more in the high formant too, because everything will start to kind of come to a screech at the top end right before you dry everything back up. Jay Jolliday, if I'm saying that correctly, or no, JJ All Day. Jay Jolliday is so funny. I don't know why I read that as Jay Jolliday, but thank you so much for the follow, although I so disrespected your name. JJ All Day is way cooler than Jay Jolliday. Jay Jolliday is it sounds like some like British YouTuber or something. Okay, but let me back this up just a little bit. And yeah, you can keep your lead vocal kind of exactly where it is, but then balance it out with your other layers, right? Balance it out with your other layers by creating an increase in tension right there, leading into that breakdown, and then dry it up when it goes back to just the vocal, so that lead vocal punches through beautifully. All here, and then as soon as you hear spark, it's dry for that lead vocal. Dun, 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 and you go straight into the next breakdown right there. Only thing that shifts is the formant on the high. Pitch automation on your high formant shift and pitch automation on your low formant shift. Lead vocal stays same, and then you chop exactly where you did just to leave a dry vocal going into your breakdown. Sideline Story, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate that.
And the place go boom.
Let me find something real quick. I'm gonna try something. You know me and my ideas. We're gonna go here. Switching over to DAW. If you are over on TikTok and you would like to see what I'm doing, go to the red app or the purple app. That way you can see what I'm doing. I'm showing the DAW so I can show a little bit of what I'm kind of listening for here really quick. And we're gonna go on the D sharp here. Let me see what else is. Oh, it's the twos. I was like, wait, this one's not a mod? Hold on. Yeah, of course. Let me see if I can do it from here on the computer. Of course I can. It's a little glitchy. Let me see if it'll let me. Exactly. I have an idea. Of course, take it with a grain of salt. Following your lead synth. Okay, that should have worked. Try swiping out and swiping back in and see if that works, Joseph. Yeah, I was like, wait. He's like, I swear he hasn't. Okay. We want to re-trigger. All right, let's see. Hold on. Oh, this is so slow. Hold on 1 second. It's confirming the settings. Give me a sec. This computer's so slow. Goodness gracious. 1 second, Joe. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. It's gonna take a second, Joseph. Don't swipe out just yet. This computer's on like a 15-second lag. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, we got multiple personalities here in the chat. Okay, I see the mod side now. It should be good. Should be good. Okay, hopefully everything is still smooth. Okay, let's add. Let's give it a little bit of detune. All right, and let's and
the place go boom.
and we're gonna go ahead and go stereo. So we're gonna add a chorus, a Studio D. It's a little more 80s, but just for the sake of having the sound design in there to kind of see where it fits. Joseph over there like on his computer and phone doing the same thing. It's driving me crazy. It's hilarious.
And the place go boom.
So maybe let this sit here. Like let this go. And bring it here. This is like having that energy, that having some kind of grungy textured character in the middle of the track there. It doesn't, this is more 80s. I'm using a mini Moog, I'm tossing it out there just so I have something to play on it. But having something in the middle of the mix that gives it a little bit more emphasis, following like the 16ths underneath it or something like that, to me gives it a lot more impact and a lot more energy just by having something there. Don't even use this kind of a bass necessarily, but having something there definitely like wakes up the middle of the mix a little bit. What's up, TR? Welcome in. Because you already kind of have that. You have like this nice like FM synth in the background that's doing the same thing. So to me, it's like taking what you already have there and adding another layer to it of that. Just adding another texture, adding another layer, because you already have that here. Just have a nice like big stuttered like gated synth bass right over the top of it on your B section of your hook, and that alone right there will make a huge difference.
Whoa.
Let's keep it going.
Run it, lights go stroll. Turn up the bass till it overly low. Too live energy, can't move slow. Feel so high when the bass get low. Lights flash, ignite the room. Heartbeat match when the bass.
Yep, exactly. I think you're good to go. Manifesta. This is great.
Bass go boom. It's a fast
You don't need a lot of work on this at all. The structure of what's actually there is right in line with what it needs to be. I think just at least like one additional production element on the hook, at least B section of the hook, to support the bass and give it a little bit more character. I think you're ready to rock, man. This is gonna be a great release for you.
Life turn it up, let's zoom. Euphoria, I'm touching the moon. Let's go. You know, bringing the party like this. Bring the vibes and they can't deny this. Bringing that rail, they can never bite this. Feeding them hype, they can only try to bite this. Bite miss another one, speakers cracking. Echoes in the wall when I run this back. When feel it in your chest, see a crowd reaction. Feel it live with the bass, it's a fatal attraction. Living too fast, living too loud. No, they can't cool us down.
And then if you feel like it, automation on the pitch, right? Only if you feel like it. If you feel like it, automate the pitch on your interludes right here, on your build up before you drop. I think that's one other small way you can like polish it up a little more intentional, a little bit more nuanced. Beyond that, man, you're ready to go. And here's another fun thing to do too, is automating your delay. I don't know if you've ever done this, but another fun thing that you can do would be to actually automate the pitch on your delay tails too. So in addition to having automation on your pitch for both format shifted vocals, excuse me, on the aux that you have a delay on, if you do have one on a delay, if you don't, you can add one, is have an aux or have an aux with its own delay and then automate the pitch of that as well. Like have format shift, have like little alter boy after the delay on the aux and then format shift that up. So as the delay tail hits, you're actually automating up the delay of like the echo of that actual vocal signal. So, excuse me. They're doing it. No one can shut us down, 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 down. Like you could have like automations on there too to make some really interesting effects on the delays that are coming off of that lead vocal as well. Have some fun with it. It's just like building up those transitions a little bit more as well.
And the place go boom.
What's up, Habit? Welcome in. Exactly, Libby. Exactly. The quick note on that. I think so many people are posting what they think other people want, what they think other people want to see instead of posting what they actually want to see and what they actually want to do. And it comes across, content can come across forced or fake or lazy because you're not even doing what you want to do. The content I love the most is watching people do the thing they're most passionate about in the most authentic way possible. That's why you'll see people with like hyper produced stuff that goes crazy. There's a guy called Citizen the Artist. Look him up. Citizen the Artist is probably one of the best music creators on the platform right now. He is phenomenal at content. He's like a professional cinematographer though. Like he's like amazing at making movies. Like he literally makes movies for his music video. He's phenomenal. Check him out. He does that amazing. If we tried to do that, if you and I, whatever, I don't know, maybe you're a cinematographer. I would love to be. If we tried to do that, it'd probably suck and people would laugh us out of the room. He does it and it's gorgeous and he gets millions of likes and millions of views on and hundreds of thousands of views on everything. He's crazy talented, right? And then on the other side, you have people that sit in their car and sing their song or people that lip sync it to nothing and it goes viral because it feels natural and it feels like it fits their aesthetic and their vibe, right? There you go. It's just like I'll go through waves of like 1900 views and then back to 30 views and I can't get it and I'm gonna. It's tough, Mead. It's tough. It's so tough. Derek's, yeah, same. It's tough. So I feel like I can do that. That would be very fun. Yeah, I think it's just finding what you, because if you like doing it, you won't worry about it, right? So like, just as an example, I love playing synths. So when I'm like posting me playing synths, I'm not like that concerned about like, is this going to be a viral synth video, right? You know what I mean? Like I hope it is. Like if it happens to be, then cool, that happens. But I also just love showing people that it helps me build my business. When I post me playing synths, people hire me to play synths on their tracks, right? Like there's some side benefits to it, but it also is just something that I love to do and I love to show people that I do, right? And so I think if you find some way that you really, really love, like just a way that you go about your music and your aesthetic and your image and whatever that you actually like doing, you actually like, performing, then people will gravitate towards it over time. But if you are kind of just like being lazy with it, honestly, like a lot of people are, most people are honestly, then it'll show, it'll show for sure. I would also just make sure, I think like Libby's saying, like show up in your content. You got to show up in your content. There's no way around it these days. It is because you're trying to promote your content. People don't want to be promoted to. People don't want to be sold to. They don't want things to feel corporate. They don't want to be sold to. They're not on TikTok to be sold music. They're not on TikTok to be sold a product. They're here to be entertained. So first and foremost, find an authentic way to entertain people and to inform them. You know what I mean? Like that to me is probably one of the most important things that you can do. Is make sure that your priority is the right priority. If you're like, man, I'm selling this thing and no one wants to buy it, you got to give them a reason to. Give them a reason to. Okay, let's get into this outro. Okay, got you, Tyler. Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful. And y'all, please, if y'all are just coming into as well, if you would like to submit, of course, I got time for, I think, 4 more songs, something like that. If you want to submit, just please go and check the line on the red or purple app. You can use your imagination. That way, you can make sure that you double check the minimums and stuff like that, just because we're getting towards the last half of the live. And I want to make sure that it's really clear where things are starting right now, since we had some people skip a bit higher. I shouldn't be like, here's my track. Exactly. And it just rarely works. Like, go and watch Citizen the Artist. He's very, very, very rarely like, here's my song. Go stream it, guys. What is up, you guys? Thank y'all so much for coming to, whatever. They're not like that. He creates beautiful transitions in his music, and he gets hundreds of thousands and millions of likes on it. And now he's able to do music full time. It's like, Connor Price did that with skits. Connor Price, but you know why Connor Price did good with skits? Connor Price was an actor. He's acted since he was a kid. He's been in like major shows. Like, I think that's what people don't understand, is like the people that you're seeing pop off in their niche when it comes to creating content for their music are typically very, very skilled at that thing already. So Citizen the Artist is a cinematographer and was a professional videographer. Nick D was also a professional videographer. So he was doing really high quality videos with his music early on. Connor Price was an actor, so he did skits. You got to find who you are. And sorry, I know I'm ranting on this now. We don't need to be, but you got to find who you are, what you like, what you want to do, and that is your content. That's your content. Like, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? Like, what do you like around your friends, around your family? Like that's your content. If your music is a carrier for that, fabulous. But people can tell when it doesn't feel natural. Play to your strengths. Play to your skills. Okay. Yep, Juke with or not Juke, Jake with singing in his reels. He's very skilled. He is very skilled at singing. He knows how to play piano really well. So with Jake is like a classically trained pianist too. He's a really, really talented piano player. And do you know what went viral for Jake? Sorry, I'm talking to Manifesto over on YouTube. Red App. Sorry, TikTok. I'm so sorry. Jake is a classically trained pianist. Do you know the video for Golden Hour that went viral? The video that went viral for Jake was him playing his classical piano piece that he did at the beginning of a song for his piano teacher, and his piano teacher started crying. That was his content. It's not, and I'm speaking to myself. I'm hyped and I'm excited and I'm passionate, but like, I'm speaking to myself at the same time, where like all of these people that popped off literally just did what was true to their life. It was true to their life. He's a classically trained pianist, so he put classical piano in his music to an extent, and his viral piece of content was with his teacher. And it got like 80 million views. Same with like we talked about Connor, we talk about these other people. They do it very authentically. So you've got to figure that out. You got to figure that out. I know a guy on here who DJs, and his whole thing, he started DJing and he wasn't getting any traction, and he worked a corporate job. So what he started doing was every single post was him sitting at his corporate job talking about how he was just like daydreaming about like these crazy, like while you're like sitting bored at your corporate job, but in your head is this, like in your AirPods is this banger track that he's DJing. You know what I mean? Like it's literally just like finding what's natural to you, like finding what like is actually true to your life. Legend has a Torvik, a classically trained mustachist. Is crazy. It's crazy. Time Mind, it's so good to see you, man. Thanks for tapping in. Okay, let's get into the outro here. Dude, Joseph, that's not a bad idea. You're like, that's not even, if that is the truest version, then like, I think that would probably be what people would connect to. Although I know it's kind of a joke. I think that people sometimes try too hard, and sometimes it's good to try too hard and find your limits. But I also think that people crave authenticity. They crave something real, and they can tell when something feels forced and awkward and weird. I think people can tell. I think they can tell. No, I'm all over the place. You know it. And then that extra texture. Because on the production side, that's the only thing that is missing at all. Yeah, Manifesto, you're ready to go, man. You're ready to go, man. A couple production tweaks, maybe some automation on your transitions.
Automation on your transitions, if you feel like it, on the pitch of your form and shifted high and low vocals, polishing of the transition, maybe a B section to the hook with at least one or two additional elements to kind of like lock it in just a little bit and polish it slightly. But this is about ready to go, man. And then just like mixing in the vocal completely. But this is really, really, really beautifully done. Y'all, please show some love and support to the family. Manifesta, they're right there in the chat on TikTok, on the Red app, they're everywhere. You can find them all over the place. They are omnipresent. Thank you so much, Manifesta, for sending that in. Manifesta said, I won't lie, I did a reel a week ago or a week or two ago, got 2,000 views, had my sister film it, and it was hilarious. Like, yeah, just do it's natural. Like one of like I've had a couple videos go like objectively viral, like, hundreds of thousands of views. I think this one had like 600,000 views or something like that. And it was literally me just like reacting to a video of someone saying bad like engineering information, like the wrong like information about a mic during like a church service or something. Like it was like something random like that. And I just responded to it and I was like, actually, that's the wrong microphone. That's like a GLX capsule or whatever. It was like a really stupid, it was so me though. It was so me being like an annoying, like engineer nerd correcting this like random like thing that was happening at a church. 700,000 views later. You know what I mean? Like you just never know. You never know, like, but it really just comes down to like just doing what feels natural to you, like doing what feels good, doing what feels. And then I actually reposted the same video again. I was like, let me try just reposting it again. Like 4 months later, got another 170,000 views, 180,000 views. Like if it works, right? But sometimes you got to try a lot of stuff to figure out what that is. Derek, I had a series of videos go viral, then I quit doing that content. Yep. Yeah. I mean, the college football stuff, right? It wasn't drawing attention to my music, so I didn't want the attention. Yep, and that's the skill. That's the skill. Mead said, I made a video about my hair and got 336,000 videos. Dude, beautiful. Beautiful. Like, and so same like Derek, I think you were doing the college football stuff, right? Am I remembering that correctly? It was the college football stuff. So now it is just the game. It is the game of how do you combine them? How do you combine? There's got to be a way to combine them, right? So like if college football was going crazy for Derek, or whatever it was, if hair is going crazy for you, Mead, this is where the skill of social media and the skill of marketing and promotion comes into play. How do I combine these two things? Because my music is not working. For one, we need to improve the music. We got to work on those things. Of course, we all do. We got to improve the music. It's got to be worth them going to listen to. And on the other side, how do I connect them? It doesn't always work. Oftentimes it doesn't work, but there is a way to do it. And we just have to fight for that. That is like, I know this is viral. Create the viral content. How do I connect it to my music as a carrier? How do I find like lyrics to my song? Like I have a song that I'm working on some content for right now. It's old, literally, it's like a 6-year-old song. Like, it's old. It doesn't even sound that good. But the whole hook of the song is just, I don't understand over and over again. That's just the hook of the song. I can come up with like viral, funny content that just has that tag as the hook of the content and have some like words on the screen that are funny. And then my music is just the carrier. It's just the carrier of the content. You know what I mean? So you just got to find ways to connect people to your content, man. And that's the skill. That's the skill. Let me see. Manifest said it was a Snapchat caption. Bro just got home from Red Rocks and now thinks he's smart. Garrick's, yeah, exactly. Stuff like that, man. Exactly. And then Derek's on a positive note. My new worship track with Testament Worship has about 400 streams just today. Beautiful. I love it. I love it, Derek. I mean, one of my TikToks is just me holding a Lynx can. And it blew up way more than I don't know, the same amount of views, but my music was just in the background. Exactly. Stuff like that, man. Exactly. Y'all give it up for Manifesto one more time. That's the family. We love you, man. You're so talented, man. I appreciate you so much for sending this in. Let's keep going through some more music. We've got Derek Bennett in the building. Speaking of, let's keep it going, y'all. I think this is last, how many 4 tracks do we have left? Let me see. Yeah, 4 tracks left. Let's get into it. Let me pull up Derek's track here. This is This is an unfinished demo. Manifesto. You're a beast. I can't wait to hear like the final. Yes, Joseph, you might have hopped out for a second earlier. I got you, man. I got you. And then I'll decide when it comes to yours. Is it not up there? Hold on. It should be. No, it's not. No. I got you. Yeah, I did see it. I saw it and I called it out and I forgot to put it up there. And then we'll figure out which one we want up there. It's the same order though, so it wouldn't make a difference. Boom. All right, we got Derek, Joseph, Mead, Kamara. Let's go. All right, last 4 tracks, y'all. We got 3 more after this one. I think I'm feeling okay. I think I'm feeling okay. You can submit, but I would, let me see, 3 left. So I got to update minimums again. Please, y'all, confirm the line, confirm the order on the minimums. They change throughout the course of the live. I do that so that people don't submit in a place that I know I can't hear them today. It still happens sometimes. And I do my best to mitigate it as the line gets really, really full. We've had a ton of submissions over the last couple of weeks, which I appreciate so much, but I'm trying to keep it as clean as possible. We have 3 left tonight, so please double check the line and the minimums and stuff like that. Would love to hear your track, so you can definitely get in. Kev's back in the building. Good to see you, Kev. And then Kev, I still have you up there from the other day too. It's farther down my list right now since it is later in the live right now. Let me see. It's Markeel. So I still have them in the same place right there. But yeah, I'll always make sure that I save your credit. No questions asked. And I'll be live again tomorrow. I should be live every single day this week. So you shouldn't, at Crytek, thank you for hopping in as well. I appreciate you being here. I'll be live every single day this week. So you should have plenty of opportunities, hours and hours on end to get your music heard. So let's get into Derek's track here. And get this rolling. So you still can skip. You still can move yourself forward, but I would just make sure that you check the line first. See how many, I try to list it every single time, how many tracks we have left after this one. The whole entire lineup right there, as well as the minimum that would at least get you into place. But again, that changes the whole live because it's always constantly moving around. All right. We got Derek Bennett in the building. Let's run it. This is The Well. This is an unfinished demo. Have I heard this demo before, Derek? Let me know. And I'm assuming that we are going on production structure. For this one. Derek says, session is open and ready on my end. Let's get into it. This is TR, just on my Twitch account. Purple app. Wanted to say on the stream, but needed a picture in picture. Sounds good. I appreciate you hopping in over here. Production, beautiful. Let's get it.
You saw the cracks in my soul.
That's Emmy.
Still you offer me gold. You pulled the veil from my eyes for the heavens inside. Oh, I was thirsty, drowning in shame. Till you call out my name. Till you call
It's worth a try.
out my name.
What's up, Christian? Welcome in.
Till you call out my name. I walk through the city, my face in the crowd, hiding my story, keeping my head down. I've heard the whispers, I know what they say.
Just check the line first over on YT, the Red app.
A price that I pay. I've chased every shadow. I've knocked on each door, searching for something, always wanting more. The weight of my past, it's a chain on my soul. Till you held up a mirror, and you made me whole. You saw the cracks in my soul. Still you offer me gold. You pull the veil from my eyes, for the heavens inside. Oh, I was thirsty,
Appreciate you so much, Joseph.
drowning in shame.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All across the board today.
You run steep, but your love runs deeper. Your love is fire, my heart's a keeper. No more running, no more hiding. You are life. You are life. You saw the cracks in my soul. Still you offer me gold.
Let's go, Derek.
Fell from my eyes, the heavens inside. Oh, I till you call out my name.
I like the delay on the piano. That's nice. Yo, give it up one time for Derek Bennett. Music, the man, the myth, the legend, one of the family. We love you, man. Let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into it. Let's run it from the top. Libby's in the chat sometimes. She's in and out of the chat, but she's in the chat sometimes, Eddie. Let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into the details. This is the Well by Derek Bennett music. You'll see him bounce back and forth between the Red app and TikTok. Please follow him. Go stream his music. Go work with him on productions, etc., etc. Definitely show some love and support to the family. If you're over on TikTok as well, at the end of the live stream, we got 3 more songs after this. At the end of the live stream, we're going to do at least a 10 credit giveaway. If we can somehow, I don't know how, I don't know if y'all can do this. If we can somehow get to 50,000 likes, I don't know. That seems kind of crazy. I'm going to give away 10. I'm going to give away at least 10 at the end of the live stream. So hold me to it. Make sure I'm accountable because sometimes I forget. My mind goes to mush at the end of the live. I'm going to give away at least 10 at the end of the live stream. If we get to 50,000, I'll double it and we'll give another 10. So definitely make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, sending the heart me, all that stuff. It does really help out the stream and it can give y'all some free credit up on the board to submit the next time we go live, which will be tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow afternoon. So tap up that screen like crazy. I don't know if we can do that in 3 songs. I don't know if we can do that in 3 songs, but if you want to get some free credit so you're on the board next time, tap that screen. Lauren, I would love to hear what you got. Love to hear what you got. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. Derek, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. We're going to talk about production. Let's dive in.
You saw the cracks in my soul, still you offer me.
Strings are beautiful. Strings are beautiful, man.
You pull the veil from my eyes, pour the heavens inside. Oh, I was thirsty, drowning in shame, till you call out my name.
I have 3 more songs after this, so it just depends on if you want to skip to be one of those 3. But I'll be on for that's probably about another hour and a half or so.
You call out my name.
Lord, thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You call
I really like these early dynamics are really, really beautiful as well. You have a nice little swell of energy in the early part of this verse, which actually is a little bit of a reverse hook. You have a little bit of a reverse breakdown here where it actually softens going into this first part of the hook right here, which I think is really, really nice. Yeah, if y'all are going to submit, thank you, Lauren. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. If you want to submit, just please double check the line first. Please double check the line first. It's over on the Red app or the Purple app, YT or T, the other streaming platforms. So double check the lines over there so you can see the minimums and where people are at. That way it's clean and clear.
You call out my name.
I really like the dynamics here. Really, really like the dynamics here.
I walk through the
Okay, Jay, just make sure that you, just like Libby said, and they're saying there in the chat, just definitely make sure. Oh, wait, why? Oh, it's open. My bad. Good call. I can't see the screen sometimes. I need another screen so bad. I literally have like 2 emails, the song playing on a file, OBS right here, Pro Tools with 2 screens, Spotify, the line. Like I have so many things. I need another screen. I was like, wait, I can't even see what's up on the thing. Yeah, okay, line is up now. The line is up on the Red app. Please check the line first. You can see the order, the minimum, stuff like that. We got 3 songs after this. So it's going to be, I think, a 25 minimum right now. So please just double check all of that. That's going to change over the course of the live as people skip. So just want everyone to be aware. All right. I think these are, Scott. It just depends on budget. I mean, best. There's a huge budget for best. I think these are the best headphones you can use to mix it on. I think they're absolutely phenomenal. I've had these for a couple years and they have not once treated me wrong on a mix. They're incredibly dynamic and detailed and easy to listen to headphones. Very, very powerful, incredible sound stage. Stereo image is better than any other headphone out there. I think they're the best. So that's my recommendation, but they're also a lot more than $200. So $200 budget, probably 990s. Biodynamic DT 990s. These are the 770s. That's probably what I would. Oop, come on, focus. Come on, bro. Yeah, these are the biodynamic DT770s. They're closed back. The DT990s are open back. They're 170 bucks. That's probably what I would recommend if you're looking for open back headphones to mix at home.
I walk through the city, I face in the crowd,
Of course.
hiding my story, keeping my head down. I've heard the
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
whispers, I know what they say, a name they have given, a price that I pay. I've chased every shadow, I've knocked.
Lauren, thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. Okay, let me back it up a little bit here. So this transition here, this is where we have to get a little bit nuanced with the change in drum structure here. And this is the thing that I know is the difficult part with kind of having both of these styles in here. Some like alternative cinematic, pop, and like rock drums, right? Like that's the hard part with having the two. One is very heavy, dark, filtered, boomy, reflective, right? And the other one is sharp, transient, slicey, punchy, right? They're two very, very dramatically different expressions in the mix. So if you trade one for the other, we have to be aware of what is being left as a void in the mix, right? So if I start boomy and energetic and low end, like these filter drums are, then you probably need to keep something like that in the mix with the other side, right? So when we get into this B section here,
My story, keeping my head down. I've heard
like you
the
have that dark, right? You have this really like low filter drum right there. If that leaves the mix in place of a thin, like bright, snappy drum, then you are going to miss out on energy, right? So what I would recommend is probably either keeping it in there, keeping in the low drum in there. Anna, thank you so much for hopping in. Appreciate you being here. Keeping the low filter drums in there and just turning them down by 3 or 4 dB. So they're still adding a little bit of punch and texture in the background, or some other low digital drum that kind of fits in that low part of your production structure there. So you don't lose low end energy, adding in a bigger element like your acoustic drums in this case. Because if you trade them, then the whole mix actually gets dramatically weaker in the low end because you traded drums that have a lot of low end energy and filtering and stuff like that for something that's a little bit snappier and more transient. So I would just keep them in there probably. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Keep the same pattern. Keep the same pattern from your digital drums to your acoustic drums on the VST. Layer them underneath each other and just turn them down. If they feel muddy, if they feel like a little nasty and a little muddy and some issues there, then just bring it down by 3 or 4 dB so that they can kind of sit underneath the structure there. Hey Anna, thank you. I really appreciate you hopping in. Thank you so much for the follow as well. We're doing pretty fantastic. I was not feeling that well earlier for like a second, but I think I caught it. I think I got on top of it for a second. I think I'm feeling all right now. But yeah, I don't know why I'm saying that anyways, but I'm feeling pretty good. I had them in there and ended up muting it. Yeah, I think what I would make sure of is that they match your kick pattern. That's what I would make sure of, Derek. Is make sure that they match your, because where it's going to get muddy and noisy and kind of weird is if they don't match your other drums and you just have like random percussion elements that don't really like serve the other ones. They don't really amplify them. They don't actually feel really cohesive. I would rather have each of those elements line up a little bit so your filter lines up with your other drums. So what you might want to do is just bring them in there, turn them down. If you already felt like you needed to mute them, just bring them back in, turn them down 3 or 4 dB and make sure your kick and snare patterns line up with the kick and snare that you have on the VST. That way it feels a little bit tighter and a little bit more cohesive. You see super thorough, which is also going to submit through your bio. Anna, yeah, you can. And thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah. So what we do here at Track Talk, just really briefly for anyone that maybe is hopping in for the first time, these are 30-minute consultations. So every artist, producer, musician, songwriter, vocalist, whatever it may be, engineer that comes through here, these are really long form breakdowns. We listen to the song 2 or 3 different times. We spend about 30 minutes breaking down the mix, production structure, sound design, lyric, and song structure. It's not a quick review. There's no trash or pass, no ratings, no polls. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to roast you. It is strictly about the music, strictly about getting a professional long form analysis and consultation on your music so that we can give you a really, really detailed set of actionable feedback on what you're doing from someone who does work professionally in the space full time. That's the whole goal. No, Thundy, not at all. It does not have to be lyrical. It could be absolutely anything. So we have people that submit productions, people that submit instrumentals, people that submit songs that are theirs, songs that they produced, so on and so on. Any genre, any level of preparedness, all across the board. Yeah, absolutely. And I would absolutely love to hear it. Welcome to the family. I appreciate the follow so much. Yeah, it's super in depth. It's a really, really long. Yeah, and actually right now, Anna, it's towards the end of the live, so the minimum's 25 right now. It's higher because we're on our last like 3 or 4 songs right now, and so a lot of people have skipped for a consultation. So it is higher right now, regardless. So take your time. There's never any pressure or any rush. Excuse me, Jesus. We'll be live every day this week, though. We'll be live every day, and we'll open up the lines again. Okay. Let me back it up. Oh, see, Thundy, sorry, I missed your message earlier. Exclamation point submit. Exclamation point submit right there in the chat. We'll bring the submission form up there. Sorry, I missed that first comment over on at the Purple app. But I would make sure you check the line right here. Check the line right here, though. Those are the minimums and stuff right now, just because that's currently where we're at. Okay, let's get into it.
Whispers, I know what they say. A name they have given, a price that I pay. I've chased every shadow. I've knocked on each door.
So just having just that little extra texture and weight, I think it could be incredibly, incredibly subtle. Incredibly, incredibly subtle right underneath that. Just to give it a little bit of punch. Wait, do you have, hold on. You have some credits saved, Joseph? Hold on. I'm gonna double check for you. Just yeah, so I make sure I have you on the right thing over here. I'm looking in the wrong section. Oh, there you go. There you go. I had you in the wrong spot with the right credit. Okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Let's keep it going. I just wanted to double check. I was like, wait, hold on. I want to make sure I have all the numbers right on the board over there. Okay. Look forward to sharing my music. I've been searching for professional feedback and breakdown of my songs for so long. I got you, Thundy. I'm sorry I missed your first messages there, but I very much so look forward to breaking down your music, man. I'm excited to get into the details here. It's what this community is all about. Like I mentioned earlier, this is not a quick review. Like we're going to spend 30 minutes on your track. So if you're a producer, you're an engineer, you're an artist, you're a songwriter, you're a vocalist, whatever it is, we're going to spend 30 minutes on it and really get into those details. So if that's something that's interesting to you at all or be valuable to you, feel free to submit or not submit at any point. But the way we set up the live stream is hopefully that people can learn no matter if they're on the board or not, that the stuff that we're talking about would be beneficial and insightful for anybody to be able to learn from. So thank you so much for joining the live stream over on that app, man. I appreciate you a lot. Midnight Fury, so good to see you in here. Thanks for tapping in. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Are you back from your hiatus that was forced upon you by the TikTok overlords? Let me know. There's a couple little so okay, so I think there's a lyric right here where the vocal harmony, now I wouldn't typically, wait, why? How is that happening? I'm so confused on how that's happening. So confused on how that's happening. Before I go to you say the VODs, I like going back and listening to stuff like this to help me improve. Dude, absolutely. Yeah, so they're saved up for 2 weeks. They're saved for 2 weeks over on the Purple app where you are. On the Red app, use your imagination. I just have to be careful. I'm live on TikTok as well, and TikTok's really strict. So
If you go to the Red app, YT, the video app, if you go to the Red app, you can see, go to my playlist that is called Track Talk Livestream. I have every single one, the last 30, because I only started saving those VODs on there about 30 live streams ago, but I've been doing it for like 3 years, doing these consultations on here. But I have 30 of them on there. Today's episode 30. You can go to Track Talk Livestream, the playlist, and I have all of the VODs on there in their totality. And that way you can go back through all of those, and that'll be, that'd be helpful. Okay. Let's get into this. Okay, so you have this over. So the song's in F sharp major from what I'm hearing. So, and I think there's a point where I don't mind tension. Tension can be a great thing in music, like dissonance and tension and frequency rub and stuff. It can be a great thing. It can be a beautiful thing in music. But there's one note that the vocal's hitting with the harmony as well as the mono lead vocal that to me clashes a little bit. There's obviously different options would be to either retract that vocal. The other would of course be to, you can tune it, you could like drag it and melodie into a spot that feels a little bit tighter, a little bit more cohesive. But the reality is that you do have, I think like it's the F sharp and the F that are hitting at the same time between the vocal harmony and the lead. And to me, it starts to feel a little bit muddy and a little bit noisy right there. And the tension, although some tension can be great and beautiful and necessary in music, in this case, it doesn't feel super, super beneficial, just the way that it presents itself in this particular mix. I'm so glad you're here. Griffin, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining the stream, man. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you a lot. If you want to submit, you can go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. But please make sure that you check the line over on the Red app first, because it's changing all the time. So sometimes I tell someone a number and then the number changes by the time they submit in 10 minutes from now. And I don't want to do that. So please make sure to go check the line, go check the minimums, go check the order over on the Red app. That's YT, the video, the video platform. Go check, and you can find that at my link tree. You can find it at my link tree by clicking on the icon for it. Because I don't want to say a number that's the wrong number by the time that hold on. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, good. We're back. That way y'all can just check it for yourself there and see exactly what's there. Because we only have 3 songs after this. And I was like, hold on. What happened? We're back. I was able to undo it. Thank God. I like your lead lines and stuff like that. I just want to hear this harmony on the verse.
They have given a price that I pay. I've chased every shadow. I've knocked on each door.
I like all these kind of like pedal tone harmonies. Like this, they're really nice, like smooth harmonies in the background. We're just gonna watch this one note whenever the vocal. Actually, it might be the B. It might be the 7 to the B.
Searching for something, always wanting more. The weight of my past.
Right there. Yeah, it's these 2 notes right here. So your harmony, you have the lead vocal, weight of my past, going to the B. That's the lead melody over the top right there. And then the harmony is, it's like hanging on the A sharp right there at, let me find it exactly. Like 130-ish.
Always wanting more. The weight of my past.
132. You'll hear that harmony, and that harmony right there sounds a little nasty to me. As much as I love tension, this isn't like a moment to create tension in this particular pocket where it doesn't feel as like beneficial to the structure of the structure of the production. It's at minute 32, and you are hearing the lead vocal hit a B, and you're hearing the harmony hit an A sharp. The 2 of those together over this chord. That's what you're hearing. That's what we're hearing with the vocal right there. So those are the little tiny details right there. Finalizing drum structure, but beyond that, there's a lot that I really like about this.
Always wanting more.
I hear
Weight of my past.
a little bit of tension right there.
It's a chain on my soul.
Yeah, next line is beautiful. I think that's why it sounds weird. It's like the harmony, it's like pedal tones before, beautiful. It's like a held note for the harmony. Love it. Sounds amazing. And then after, you have this
like this really nice like background melody, background harmony that moves around. It's a beautiful, beautiful structure. And then right in between, there's one note that's really off, right? And so you're like, man, what is going on? Because you keep going back through the song. You're like, well, the vast majority of this sounds fine, sounds perfect. But there's literally one note that changed in the harmony that is creating that tension between those two notes at the same time. If you can address that, it'll be way better.
till you held up a mirror and you made me whole. You saw the cracks in my soul, still you offer me gold. You pull the veil from my eyes, you pour the heavens inside. Oh, I was thirsty, drowning in shame, till you call my name. Oh, around steep.
Love the dynamics here. So the thing I want to watch here is mainly going to be harmony structure, because I'm really liking the production on this one. I feel like it's working really well with what you have. I just think we need to fine tune percussion. That's going to be one of the hardest parts of just making sure that that works with this production.
But your love runs deeper. Your love is fire. My heart's a keeper. No more running. No more hiding.
I think we can definitely, I think we can fine tune the harmonies here, because here's what I like about this is there's a little kind of like vocoder-esque, vibe going on with this background vocal right here. It works really, really well, but I think there's not a lot holding down the progression of the vocal that makes it feel a little noisy to me. Any other type of drums you'd suggest, in place of those rock drums, or just as an addition? Let me know. I want to hear this again. Right here.
Oh, around steep, but your love runs deeper. Your love is fire.
In place of, yeah. I would just suggest not doing this. To me, reads as more like an alternative pop record, right? Like it doesn't read as like a heavy rock song outside of the cinematic elements of it. I think more along the lines of Sia than Evanescence. You know what I mean? At least to me. That's my main kid I have. Yeah, like that's the way that I feel a lot of these songs is less like Flyleaf, Evanescence, and more towards like Sia or something like that, right? Where it's more alternative pop. I would go towards like more still like probably still acoustic sounding, but like thicker, deeper sounding drums than these really like thin pointed metal drums, because those have a very specific use case for being tuned that way and being like polished that way, right? Like if you're gonna have really bright, snappy metal drums, those are like for blast beats, right? Those are kind of like tuned that way for a specific reason, to slice over the top of 4 tracks of rhythm guitars and its chorusy lead and crazy scream vocals, right? That's kind of why they exist that way. So that's why, like, to me, those drums just don't even need to necessarily like compete with what's going on there. So I would suggest like a deeper, so like, let me see. Let's get this for 2 seconds here and then we can close it up. Let's go to labs here. Do you have labs? Spitfire labs? We are on Derek Bennett. We're on Derek Bennett, Joseph. You haven't missed too much yet. Okay. Get their pack for vintage drums if you haven't already. This is going to be the closest you're going to get to a real drum set, right? So let me load this up and I'll switch to DAW. I'm over on DAW. Oh, there's a chorus on there. I was like, why does this sound like shit? Okay. Let's do This might not be exactly what I'm looking for, but I want to give kind of an idea of some of what I'm talking about as far as character goes. Let's bring this down.
Pull the veil from my eyes, for the heavens inside. Oh,
Hold on 1 second. I want to switch out of those. Some of these don't come with a whole lot of. Shadozin, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Right. So here's what we're gonna do. And just for the sake of showing. Let's go here. Let's go 8-1. Let's bring this down a little bit.
a price that I pay. I've chased every shadow. I've knocked on each door, searching for something, always wanting.
Like that immediately, like even just like to me in the structure of this song, even though I'm doing this loosely and you could use a different kit and use anything, like this is nothing, it's not mixed or anything, but even just this. Like that to me just sounds more in line with like what else is happening. Get good drums kit. Yeah. So what I would do is just give yourself options, because if you hear too much of the exact same drum tone from song to song to song, you are just going to run into some limitations of things feeling a little bit like too like monotone as far as track to track to track, if it's a lot of the same. So what I would look for is like balance it out with like an 80s dead drum or something you can add some reverb and saturation to. Circle Drums has some great kits. I've bought a couple of theirs. Jake Reed has some really good dead ones that I used as well. If you want to build a kit through samples, that's an easy way to do it. But if you want just like a VST, like drum VST, then just look for something darker, thicker, deeper, right? Like look for deep drums. Look for something that's like fat drums. You know what I mean? Like give yourself a little, like this to me just gives you a lot more texture. I want to get into the hook.
More so. Saw the cracks in my soul. Still you offer me gold. You pull the veil from my eyes.
And that's not even like a good kit. And that's not even necessarily what I think you should have in there. But to me, it gives a lot more warmth and a lot more like texture than I think what you currently have in there. So just look for something a little fatter, something that's got a little bit more beef to it, a little more meat to it. It's not so transient and sharp and bright and punchy. 100%. Exactly. So it's like, I don't even have a whole bunch of other kits that I would necessarily bring in, but you could also get into layering some of your kick and snare to bounce it out a little bit. But I would definitely get something in there that feels a little deeper, right? Especially because you're doing a lot of like cinematic worship and contemporary stuff. Like you need something that's got some weight to it. You want like, there's some kits out there. Oh man, I wish I could remember the brand. There's a company that I got an ad for, of course. But they have all of the snares. They just have like a list of the Superphonics, the Black Beauty snares, the Ludwig snares, all of the like the masters and like Yamaha customs and like recording customs and stuff like that. They have all of those snares sampled, and there's a whole kit of them. So you can like switch through all of the most popular snares. Some like the snare that I have on my drums, like my live drums right now, it's like most standard snares are 4.5 inches, maybe 5.5 inches deep, right? That's pretty standard. Like a 14-inch snare, 5.5 inch depth. The snare that I have on my current drum set right now is 8.5 inches deep. It's thick. It's almost like a tom. In fact, it looks like the same size as my high tom. It's 14 inches wide, but it's 8.5 inches deep. It's really like thick sounding snare, kind of like the Ludwig Black Beauties, which are very, 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 very popular, like $1,000 snare. So if you can find stuff like that, right? So it's like try to get something that gives you as much versatility as possible instead of something that is like used for metal and it's pretty exclusively all you can do with it. If you can find something that's gonna have like a little bit more nuance to it and a little bit, maybe a few more options, I think you'll be in a good spot. All right, let me get into this last section here really quick. I like the outro with the dynamics here too. Like I do like the idea of coming back down to the harmony in the lead, and bringing it back down to the piano with the delay. That's really nice.
Call out my name.
It's nice. Really good dynamics here, man. Beautiful. Really nice vocal. I love hearing her with the more breathy vocal there at the end as well. Kate Kill's in the building. Welcome in. Yo, give it up one time. Give it up one time. Give it up one time. That's Derek Bennett. Derek Bennett. You are very, very, very talented, man. Very, very, very talented. So a couple of things kind of bullet pointed was like a vocal harmony structure, going into like I think it's out of that second verse right there. Hey, thanks for tapping in, man. Going into that second verse right there, hearing the tension between what in that case was the B and A sharp. The B and A sharp, those two notes hitting at the same time with the vocal versus the harmony on the transition there. And then cleaning up like some of these like melodies and harmonies in the background here. Like, I feel like you might want to have a more consistent progression underneath there, not the piano, because in this case, the vocal is louder than the piano, quite a bit louder, more prominent than the piano. So the vocal is kind of the thing that your brain is imagining setting your progression and setting your movement. But since it moves around so much in those background harmonies, not following the progression at all, but just following kind of an ad-libbed, freestyled harmony, you don't really have a strict progression in the background that you feel in the mix. So you might want to, change, like have another pad or something in there that gives you a little bit more weight under the piano to feel the progression a little bit, because right now it feels a little noisy because of the movement of that background vocal. So the piano is higher, so it's harder to kind of catch that. You might want might want to pull that vocal back a couple dB so it's not stepping on the toes of anything else in the mix. That'll happen naturally since this is just a demo. And then have maybe one other mid-level synth or pad or bass or something in there that allows you at least to hear the progression so that vocal harmony makes a little bit more sense. But y'all show some love. Derek Bennett in the building. We love you, man. And also, I need y'all to please wish a very, very, very happy birthday to one of the family. Derek, you know we love and adore you, man. You're talented, you're amazing, you're kind, and we appreciate you so much, man. You're always so incredibly generous, always so incredibly supportive. So appreciate you more than you know, man. Thank you so much for coming in today, spending some time on your birthday right here in the chat with the family. I appreciate that a lot, man. I appreciate it a lot. So big shout out to Derek Bennett Music. Please tap in with Derek. Go stream his stuff. Go work with him as a producer and all of that as well. You won't be disappointed. Is it DA? Thank you so much for hopping in. Thank you for tapping in here. I appreciate that so much. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. There's Derek Bennett right there. Hello from Sweden. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for that follow. Shantia, it's good to see you in here as well. I appreciate you being here. Let's keep it going. We got Joseph in the building. So Joseph, and then Mead said happy birthday as well. Joseph is just being generous and kind and wanted to send something in. So let me see what I got for Joe. I want to see maybe your newer one that we were working on. Let me see. Is this the most recent passing time? This is what I'm going to. Let me let it load up real quick. Do. All right, let's get into it. So this is Joseph. If y'all don't know Joseph, you're just missing out. BMS, thanks for hopping in. If you don't know Joseph, you are missing out. This is the family. This is the family right here. He's this unbelievable
unbelievably valuable part of this community and of Livy and Maya's life. We love you to death, man. You are so incredibly supportive and kind, and you have been from day one, man. So I appreciate you more than you know. I'm gonna get this song pulled up here really quick. I'm gonna go ahead and do we'll do Passing Time. I think it's the most recent one that I have. Master 2, I'm pretty sure. Kareen, thanks for hopping in. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, if you want to submit, we got two more songs after this. I'll update the line here in a second. We got 2 more songs after this. So the skips are pretty high here at the very end of the live. Gary, thank you for the follow. They're pretty high here at the end of the live, just because we've been here for 3.5, 4 hours. And so it's gotten a little bit higher here at the end. So you can still submit if you would like to, but it's going to be pretty high, just so you're aware. You can check that line by going to the Red app, YT, got to be cryptic here on TikTok. If you go check it over on that app, and you can find that at the icon in my link tree, then you'll see the order, the minimums, and the line, and all that stuff. So you can always see exactly where you are. Okay, but Joseph, we love Joseph. Joseph is amazing. We love you. So this is a song I got a chance to work on him with. This is a song that he wrote and recorded his vocals on. I got to handle building out the production structure and some of the mixing and stuff like that too. So shout out to Joseph. And we are in the middle of working on a few other, I got to mix another song, and we're going to work, or we are working right now on the building out of another production that I'm really, really excited on. In fact, Joseph, I should be able to get you a bass update on that track, like something you can start to really ride over and stuff here in just not that long. Like maybe this week, actually. Maybe this week. Actually, I should. I'll do something this week. I'll make sure that you have something you can. I have some of the format already created over the ukulele. I just need to format it so that it makes sense as a song, obviously. And then we can start building on that one. I'm excited about that. But this is called Passing Time by Joseph. We'll run it over. We'll talk through a couple things if it warrants it. But obviously I've heard the song thousands of times at this point, just over the process of working on it. But shout out to Joseph. Joseph, we love you so much, man.
Sorry for asking, do you have the time? Been lost in your eyes for hours, hours, hours. If love were an angel, she'd sit on your shoulder. Watch all the boys' eyes, watch all the boys' eyes. You think that I'm crazy? I'm just amazed. Your beauty, your grace. Your smile takes me away. I'm not saying you should, but I would not mind if you stayed for a while, held passing the time. If love were an angel, she'd sit on your shoulder. Watch all the boys' eyes, they fumble their fingers.
Shout out to Joseph. Shout out to Joseph. We love Joseph.
Words just to get your attention. To make you just stay for a second. You're caught in your world, you're trapped inside mine. I tried to let you out, but you're stuck in my mind. You think that I'm crazy, but I'm just amazed. How can a girl so pretty not stare at her face and see beauty's incarnate? A beast that I'll claim is that I need you. I'm sorry for asking, do you have the time? Been lost in your eyes for hours, hours wide, grasping for words just to get your attention. Something to make you just stay for a second. I'm sorry for asking, do you have the time? I hope you don't mind, I hope that's alright. I'm sorry for asking, you're trapped inside my
Same.
I hope you don't mind.
The
too. I hope you don't mind.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, give it up one time for Joseph. Joseph is the family. That's Night Slasher. That is Night Slasher right there in the chat. AIML, thank you so much for the heart meet and the rose. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love. It's good to see you in here today. Joseph is the family. We love Joseph to death. It's been an honor to be able to work with, just to work with him on these records as well, and just get into the details of them. Terrence, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for that. Excuse me. Let's run it back from the top. So obviously, there's not a whole lot I'm going to break up, but before I just play again. I'm just going to play through it again because we've actually done plenty of breakdowns on this before, and I once we get closer to like finishing an EP and stuff, I'll post a lot more content on actually once we finish out an EP of actually breaking down all the different details of it. I'll make YouTube videos about it. We'll post a whole lot about it. But regardless. One of the things that we knew, so we hopped on a call, at this point, it was like months ago. We hopped on a call, and this song's been finished for a while now. And we're like, okay, we want to come up with a song. We want to like do something, Joseph, Night Slasher right here in the chat is like, I want to do something interesting and different. He had this idea of just like, I have this like poetry. I have these lyrics. Like I have something that kind of works together, but I have this idea of like changing like a time signature and like having the same song kind of happen twice in two different time signatures. One that's like kind of poppy, it's just like a poppy love song kind of, and then one where it dives a little bit deeper into the emotional side of it. It feels a little bit more emotional. Hence the transition in this one where we have a transitional verse just for a moment with just the pads and the lead melodies, and then going back to the other side and going into a more emotional structure, which that to me is like my favorite part of it. And that's what Joseph does creatively. He's really, really creative in that way. So my challenge, Nathan, it's good to see you, man. Thank you for tapping in, man. Good to see you. Nathan's another phenomenal artist. It's good to see you, bro. And again, I apologize for my allergies. It's beat me up a little bit. It gets worse. It gets worse at night. But one of my challenges as a producer was like, okay, how do we cultivate this? How do we make this cohesive to like change time signatures and record in different time signatures, write kind of the same melodies, but change the drum structure? Because I didn't want to just slow down the drums. I wanted different drums with the same kind of drum break pocket, but like a warmer pad. Exactly. These are just tears of joy. These are tears of joy because I love the song so much. But it was a fun challenge to like build out an interesting structure like this and something that feels like it's different, right? The structure of it is really, really interesting. My favorite part by far, the earlier part of the song, we went with like a bit more direct, dry vocal. There's some layering, of course, that you'll hear. A bit more like direct, dry vocal. That was just kind of the intention behind this. One of the reasons why is not just so it's direct and dry, but so there's more contrast. So as we kind of go through it, you'll hear some stuff like that too, where like the first vocal feels almost, even though it is very processed technically, it's compressed highly. There's like 2 or 3 compressors. It's really, really smooth in that way, but very dry. So that when the next one comes in, you'll hear these like, ping pong delays and a bunch of reverb and stuff like that. It's very strategic. So it feels very almost, alarmingly dry early and then very, very wet when you get a little bit later into the song, which is fun. And then I just had fun like with my normal production structure here. Like y'all know I'm always going to have synths in here. I can't help it. Like no matter what kind of song I'm working on, there's going to be a stack of synths in there. It's going to be my favorite thing ever. So you'll still hear a lot of my like staple synthesis stuff in the background because that's my favorite thing in the world. But yeah, shout out to Joseph. Let me give like a quick little background, a quick little insight to it, and then we'll play through the rest. Thank you so much for sending this in, Joseph. We love you so much, man. Cheers to the next one too. I'll get you something that we can latch on to and start writing over this week. You'll be ready to go. But let's run it from the top. This is Passing Time by Joseph. Let's run it. Let me make sure too really quick. That this is, I think this is the most recent one I've sent you. I just want to make sure. Is V2?
Let me double check. I just want to double check, just in case. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 2 master 1, master V2. Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to double check because we changed it. It was the first vocal. So I remember that. I just wanted to make sure because there's so many different revisions and stuff like that. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it was the early vocal on this one where we dried it up. It was like a little too wet and low sounding, and so we dried it up so it was a little bit clearer for the first one. But I just wanted to make sure. I was like, I can't remember exactly which one, but now I remember it. Okay, let's run it again. We'll just run it through from the top again. This first vocal right here, I remember that.
I'm sorry for asking, do you have the time? Been lost in your eyes for hours. If love were an angel, she'd sit on your shoulder. Watch all the boys' eyes. You think that I'm crazy? I'm just a man.
Super dry.
Your beauty, your grace.
Outside of a little bit of automation. So like you'll hear a very like strategically very, very dry. Again, it's pretty compressed. Like it's very smooth. Like the vocal will be very smooth in the middle of the mix. Very, 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 very dry because the point is almost to be uncomfortably dry. So it gets really wet later. But beyond that, you'll just hear like some automated ping pong delays in the background that you'll hear kind of kicking in between certain lines. But otherwise, very, very dry.
You think that I'm crazy? I'm just amazed.
You heard on the I'm just amazed. As you'll just hear little automations here and there, super subtle automations to fill in the gaps. Beyond that, it's very, very dry.
You think that I'm crazy? I'm just amazed. Your beauty, your grace.
Little stacks,
Your
little
smell
doubles.
takes me away. I'm not saying you should, but I would not mind if you stayed for a while. Held passing the time. If love were an angel, she'd sit on your shoulder. Watch all the boys as they fumble their fingers, grasping for words just to get your attention. Something to make you just stay.
Thank you for the
a
follow, Rick.
second.
And then you hear a contrast. So immediately, like again, hyper dry, almost like too dry of a vocal, right? Like really, really dry lead vocal. And then as you'll immediately hear like wash from the synths have automated up a whole, but like their filters open. You're going to hear some wash from the echoes. You're going to hear like this reverb automated up. And then the vocals from here on out going into the B section, they wetten up quite a bit. And as does the whole production. And then the whole BPM drops like 25 BPM, something like that. And so you hear everything shifts quite a bit.
Thank you. Just stay for a second.
Now the vocals are going to have a bunch of ping pong, bunch
You're
of
caught
reverb.
in your world.
You're going to hear so much more movement now. So there's like a distinct A and B section to the song of like dry, punchy, kind of on the nose vocal that's like almost too strict. And then transitioning into very washed out. Like there's a lot of additional reverb and automation and delay behind the synths as well as the synths, guitars, and the vocals.
You're caught in your world. You're trapped
100%.
inside mine. I tried to let you out, but you're stuck in my mind. You think that I'm crazy, but I'm just amazed. How can a girl so pretty not stare at her face and see
A lot more ambiance here.
beauty's incarnate? A beast that I'll claim is that I need you.
There's that ping pong again.
I'm sorry for asking. Do you have the
And that's where I started bringing in more of the synth. So that's where you're going to start to hear, like, you hear the Juno chords in the background. There's a Moog synth underneath. So you hear the dun, 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 dun. That's all new synth. You hear the Juno 106, all the chords that you're hearing. And then there'll be another layer of Juno 106 at the top. Dun, 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 dun. You're going to hear that little arpeggio or that little sequence at the top coming up in a second. So it's just it's similar drums, different drums, similar drums, but a completely different production stack going into the B section here, of like the first one being a little bit more like modern and direct and dry. And then this being a lot more like vintage, like low, deep, dead drums, analog synths that I'm tracking and stuff like that, just to create a slightly different feel.
Sorry for asking. Do you have the time? Been lost in your eyes for hours, hours. Why? Grasping for words just to get your attention. Something to make you just.
And then something, and again, like a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, K-Matic, welcome in. A lot of stuff that we always talk about, stair-stepping dynamics in your production. I always want to make sure that I'm obviously, in anything that I'm doing, that I'm keeping those same tools in mind, right? So this A section has a certain feel to the first part of the hook. B section, we had one additional, I'm not doing too much. I'm not dramatically changing it, but I'm adding one more layer of synths, and it's the high melody from the Juno. So you'll just hear small little changes. They're not incredibly dynamic. It just keeps the intrigue. It keeps a little bit of movement there, even incredibly subtly.
To get your attention, something to make you just stay for a second.
Breaks
sorry
down.
for asking.
Breaks down first. Oh, got you. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you for that. I always get mixed up. Because I can't see it, unfortunately. Now I switched it back. Thank you for that. So we break down dynamically here first to add in the low part, and then add in some harmonies. And then when we go up again, we don't go back to the same dynamic. We stair step it up for a second with an additional Juno 106 lead.
Do you have the time? I hope you don't mind. I hope that's alright. I'm sorry for asking. You're trapped inside mine. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all, show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is the family. That's the brother. That is Joseph. He's all over the place. He's on the purple app and the red app and the TikTok over there. Show some love to the family, Joseph. We love you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for sending in this track, and also for your generosity with the community, man, and offering to, have them take your credits and stuff like that too, man. It means so much to me. So y'all, please show some love to the family. We love Joseph so much. If you are in any of the different platforms that we're streaming on right now, I highly encourage you to go follow him, show some love and support to what he's doing. We're working on an EP right now, so we'll be in the midst of creating a nice little chunk of songs that are going to be beautifully, beautifully done. So y'all, please give it up one more time for the family. We got Mead in the building. I'm going to try to move at a good pace here for the last two songs. I'm going to go ahead and close up the line since it is our last two, which is what we do. Let me go ahead and pull up Mead's track from the other day really quick. Patrick, thanks for hopping in. Let's see, January 6th. There we go. Okay. 6 days ago. All right, let me read through this email really quick. Shout out to Mead. Mead, thank you for your patience. We got to the track, man. We made it happen. Last two. So let me go ahead and close up the line. Give me 2 seconds here, y'all. Let's see. Line is closed. Last two. We got Mead. Right now it's Mead and Kimura. Everyone else will be safe for tomorrow's live stream. So definitely make sure that y'all stay in touch. I'll make sure that everybody that I still have on this list right here is saved to my list. You never have to worry about me missing or about you missing your breakdown or your consultation. I'll never listen without you. I'll always make sure that you are present when we're listening to your song, so we can give you as much value as possible, as much information to help you on your journey. Alexandra, thank you so much for hopping in and welcome in over from France. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you tapping into the stream. All right, let's I mean so much, man. I mean so much. I know sometimes it gets crazy. Sometimes it gets crazy in here, man. I appreciate y'all a lot. Okay, this is Mead, who's right here in the chat on TikTok. Shout out to Mead. Started trying to do my own production, so still trying to figure it all out. I love that. Beautiful. Current gripes, instruments aren't 100% in tempo. Not a fan of the stock software drums I have, but not sure what to do. Need to do EQ on instruments, need to EQ vocals, can't decide if I need to re-record. Harmony alignment and note selection, project file is a mess. Okay, we got the full platter here. Let's get into it. He said also can't figure out how to build out the chorus to really make it pop. The sound just feels flat in my opinion. Okay, let's get into it. We got a couple things we got to focus on this one, and then we'll close it up, y'all. We're closed up for today, but we will be live tomorrow afternoon. So if you want your music heard, make sure that you're following either here on the red app or the purple app. That way you are locked in and you know when we are live. This is Up Down by Mead. Let's get into it, man.
Tell me what it's like to find something coasting on the water, 'cause this life keeps getting harder, and I'm trying to mind my business, but decisions got me all tied up, and I keep running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way up from down.
That's you playing guitar, right? That's vibey.
Keep dragging it out, cussing me out.
And what DAW are you using? Remind me really quick.
But I need to find a way through this song.
Okay, cool. Let's go, Immortal. Nice. Congrats.
I cry, and it's not always deserving, but at times a bit concerning. So I try to lie, try to keep up all appearance when all I do is hear it. Keep running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way.
It's just a demo by Mead. The artist right above you that said Logic, that's their song. It's just an early demo right now.
Dragging it out, cussing me
Unreleased.
out. I don't know where we're going.
I don't know if it has a name. Up Down. Up Down is a name.
Need to find a way through this song. Oh, caught up in the up, down, 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 down. No, I won't give it up now, 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 now. Oh, caught up in the up.
Yeah, it's nice. It's really, really, really nice.
No, I won't give it up now, 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 now. Oh, caught up in the up, down, down.
Nice harmonies.
Down, down. No, I won't give it up now, 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 now. Keep running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way up from down. Keep dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where we're going, but I need to find a way through this song.
Still welcome in. Thanks for being here. Nice. Got a dance break. We got a dance break at the end. Guitar solo. Just get a like simple little clean octave guitar solo. Throw an octave on it. Throw a little octave on the guitar with a bunch of like Bucket Brigade chorus and like a tight halt. Like think like McGee. Think like McGee. I don't have a guitar plugged in right now. Like have just like a distorted, gated like tight chorus and like a tight plate reverb with like an octave on the guitar that just has like, and think of it more as a synth or a voice, less of a guitar, like a loose jazzy guitar solo, and have it follow like a pattern, right? You know, like you're playing through this here. Let me hear. Real quick.
No, I won't give it up now, no.
Dun, 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 dun. Well, let me get it out of here. Hold on.
Keep dragging it. Need to find a way through this song.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You know what I mean? Like have like, I think like a good solo there would be pattern based, more like a synth or a vocal line than necessarily like just a solo. Now, feel free to rip a solo. Feel free to rip a solo. But I like the idea of it feeling like really like tight in its structure. So that's something I think would be really interesting right there at the end. And then just do it for like, yeah, rip it. You know what rips, dude? Guitar solos. If you know, you know. Okay. You know what absolutely rips? Solos. And then you could probably cut it a little bit short too. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. You could probably cut it a little bit short too. So probably give it like, 8 bars or something like that. Add some sweeps, right? Exactly. Just start shredding. On like an 8-string Schecter. I think that's the vibe we're going for. I think that's the, yeah, exactly. You got it. So I think you're already on the same page. Y'all please show some love. Show some love. Speaking of Schecter, I just got this today. I'm very happy. It's very pretty. There's a story, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt, but there's a story behind having this guitar. There's a story behind an old guitar that I used to have that I was able to get again. But it's pretty and it sounds really good. I just it's a little dinged up, but the action is so good. I used to have a Schecter 15 years ago. It was one of the first guitars I ever bought for myself. Was actually a Schecter Omen 6 black, and I put diamond or they were like crystal knobs on it. It was so bad. I put crystal knobs in it, which is brutal, but it was one of my favorite guitars. I had to punt it off like 10 years ago, and I was able to trade a guy to pick this one up for another guitar, and it's very exciting. It sounds fantastic. I can't wait to make some magic with it. Thank you. I'm excited. Dude, sorry. Side note there. Played 8-string, Ormsby, so could lay down some 8-string sweeps and some like drops. Like let's do some like drop A flat, do some drop G sharp chugs at the bottom of it, dude. All right, let's run it from the top. I'll be honest with you, Mead. First reaction, I think it is not as far gone as you think it is. In my opinion, I think what we can do is tasteful changes in velocity for the drums to make them feel a little bit more natural and less sterile and rigid, right? The changes in timing for your guitars and bass and stuff like that over the drums, I prefer to them being on the grid. To me, it makes it feel more natural. It makes it feel more organic. It makes it feel more interesting to listen to. You can polish it. If you want to try to like chop it and move it and speed them up and put them down, whatever, like you can use Melodyne to like retime them a little bit. You can use like, in Pro Tools, you can do Beat Detective. Beat Detective is great in Pro Tools for like, quantizing live instrumentation and stuff like that. I use that occasionally, but honestly, like I like it. To me, I don't want this to be sterile. I don't want this to feel like kind of lifeless and like too rigid. I really like those aspects. I think you just need to build out the production a little bit more and get into balancing it, get into processing it. Like you said, EQ some of the instruments, make sure the guitars all fit. They're like a little prominent over some other elements. Get into processing the vocal. The vocal's completely dry right now. Just like, I think there's just some like practical next steps that you can take to start polishing this, but I don't think you're far off at all. Let's run it from the top. I love the intro, by the way. Here's what I think. One thing you can do is have a synth in there that follows kind of the melody that you end up doing later on with the guitar. Let me see.
Let me find something. Let's see. Exactly. So check something like this. I'm gonna play this loosely, right?
Tell me what it's like.
Because there's your vocal. Tell me what it's like. You already go right. So like, if you just have a little thing, I'm gonna bring down this release a little bit. We're gonna let's edit this a little bit, and then you just have that as like a counter melody when your vocals coming in. I'm gonna bring in the sub octave here and mix it in. Bring up the high pass a little bit, around 400 hertz on the Juno. Let's give it some resonance. We're gonna do the second chorus circuitry. And then we don't need the octave, boom.
Tell me what it's like to find something coasting on the water, 'cause this life keeps getting harder, and I'm trying to mind my business, but decisions got me all tied up, and I keep running around chasing.
Oh, and then you open. Ooh, hold on. And then you open up into the chords. Okay, so here's what you do. Here's what we do. We're gonna pass up a little bit here. Okay, so immediately. So all right, we start here, and feel free to ignore it. If this is not where you're going with it, feel free to ignore it. Jenna, welcome back. Slim's and a Billy. What's up, Slim? All right, so we're here, right? I'm gonna go a little bit. I'm gonna push the resonance a little bit here. Give it a little pop. There we go. God bless you as well, Slim. I appreciate you hopping in. All right. And Way Nice, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much, right? So we're going to bring this melody. And so what we're going to do is like as an interlude, let's bring down the release a little bit here. But then over the release, we'll add in the reverb. So lower release, higher reverb. Thank you so much for the heart, me Way Nice. I appreciate you. Right in there. That's all we're looking for. That's all we're looking for. Now, from the beginning, and then when you go into like your going into the hook, right? So you have the start, and those are the same melodies that you target when you add in your guitar later for the solo. I'm going to bring down the dryness here. Bring down the wetness. And then go into like your seventh chords outside of that. So then you can transition to a beautiful. You get this really, really nice like natural texture in there as you transition. So I'll show you how that sounds like. And this is, again, go back to the VOD and copy this. I don't care. I think it'll really give you some texture. Fill in.
Tell me what it's like to find something coasting on the water, 'cause this life keeps getting harder, and I'm trying to mind my business, but decisions got me all
Chords.
tied up, and I keep running around chasing the ground, trying to find my way up from down.
Warm it up right there in the middle.
Keep dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where we're going, but I need to find a way through this song.
And then follow there. Okay, so what all you need, there's no stopping.
There's no stopping. Okay, I'm hyped. You got me hyped, Mead. So then if you give yourself an instrumental hook as well as a vocal hook, it's going to make the song so much more catchy, so much more engaging, higher retention, higher replay value all the way across the board, right? So what I would do is then on the guitar, like we're going to do an ending melody later, as well as with the synth. So we move to our chords, right? Give it this nice little texture. In fact, I'm going to open this up just a little bit. I'm going to let this sustain just a little bit longer here. Let that open up a little bit. Let's lower the resonance. Bring that down. And then you add that high melody as the interlude with guitar and the synth when you do the interlude. So back it up here.
Keep dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where we're going, but I need to find a way through this song.
So right there, when you move to the changed guitar melody, I would just do the same.
Need to find a way through
And then here.
this song.
Don't do that. There you go.
Sometimes
And let it dry up here
cry,
completely.
and it's
No
not
synth.
always deserving, but at times a bit concerning, so I try to lie. Try to keep above
Leave all
the
this dry,
feelings,
just bass and
when all
drums.
I do is
Right here,
hear
chords.
you running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way from down. Keep dragging it out, cussing me
No, I'm
out.
saying like it's just being tasted like you with this style. You don't need a lot. You just got to process well. You don't need a lot. You just got to process well. Like it's just you give yourself a solid interlude, and then you just use the instrumentation that you have to create dynamic range, right? Just and when you go to this verse, I want nothing but drums, bass, and vocals with some filler. You know, maybe have some filler in there, some little synths, you know, little plucks and stuff, little arpeggios you put in there if you want to. But you could keep all of this really, really dry, like drums, bass, and guitar, and it be really dynamic.
Like
just this. This is perfect.
When all I do is hear
And then just
add
add in the chords again. Just warms up the middle of the mix. And then you can also, like on the top of that, adding in some like DX7 style stuff. So if over that, you have a little bit more of this. So I'm going to bring this down way over the top. Right. Take out the sub. This is going to be the other side to it, right? So in the middle of those lines, you have like a higher melody that comes in too.
Do is hear it keep running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way from down. Keep dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where we're going, but I need to find.
You can have like higher bell tone, kind of shimmery effing melodies over the top that are a contrast to the chords, right? Just, like, you really don't need much here. You don't need much for this to feel like a really impactful, really dynamic production structure. Now you need to get into the later date, right? Get into processing your vocal, stacking it a little bit. I would definitely have the third harmony. Running around, running around, running around, like over the stack here.
Running around, chasing the ground, trying to find my way from down.
Like definitely stack that up.
Keep dragging it out, cussing me out. I don't know where.
Like whatever you need, like you get a third harmony there, stack left and right, get those pan out to the outside away from the middle of the vocal, just to create some extra like layers there and some support there. But I think the two things, like a couple things you really need is support for the vocals there, and then just processing them, you know, a little bit of reverb, tasteful, like little slapback, vintage 60s delays and stuff. You can create some cool texture and stuff right there. Yeah, just the start up there, because that's gonna be your third harmony over the top. Your third note harmony over the top. And then it's just like, yeah, processing. It's like taking the drums and like I would saturate the drums. You can get into changing the velocity individually of the hats as you loop them so that it doesn't feel too,
make it even a little bit more dramatic maybe, so it feels like it's got some movement to it, feels a little more real. But I love the variation and timing of the guitars and the bass. I wouldn't really change it at all. I like that about the song. Now it's just about like positioning and processing. I think you do need chords in there. So you have the guitars, those are beautiful. It's a great little stack, but you do need chords. You do need to have that. You need to have like that seventh right there, right? That gives it so much texture in the mix. So having that structure in there is going to make it feel so much more vibrant, so much more full. Like as soon as you add on like the Juno, I was playing a Juno 60 there in between. As soon as you add the Juno 60, you hear how like warm the mix sounds. Like it feels so warm and so inviting to listen to, just because it takes it from being just like bright and snappy to having this like warm blanket of frequency and modulation and chorusing that covers the remainder of the production. It's really, really nice. Okay, listen to one of my beats. And then Deborah, thank you for hopping in as well. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for tapping into the stream. I have comedy music coming out February 13th. Let's go. The line is closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. So make sure y'all are following. We'll open up the lines again for consultations, and we'll take a whole brand new, we've done like 10 songs today. We'll do a whole brand new batch of, 10, 12 songs, something like that tomorrow. So definitely tap in tomorrow. Would love to hear what y'all are working on. Denver, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let me skip into this last little section here, and then take that guitar. I appreciate you. And then when you get into processing your vocals here, let me back it up a little bit. Samo, good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing amazing. Beautiful vocal structure. Love it. You have great layering. Those are beautiful harmonies right there. Just get them outside most likely. You don't have to, but I would recommend it so that not everything, you just have like a bass in there. So everything shrinks down almost completely to mono bass, and the mono lead vocal and your layers are stacked in there. I would try to like double track your harmonies probably. So track one on the left, track one on the right, and then pan them out. You don't have to go all the way if you don't want it too extreme or exaggerated. Just go like 40, 50% to the outside instead of 100%, but at least get them out of the way of the lead vocal so you get some width, you get some openness. That way it doesn't feel too restricted. Otherwise, the whole mix does kind of collapse down to mono with the bass and the vocal and the harmony. So that'll give you a little bit more vibrancy there as well. It'll be early afternoon. I'm Central Time, Denver. So typically like 2 or 3 p.m. Central is ish. I have to get through my projects first. So I got to take care of, my mixing and production and session work and stuff in the morning. And then I'll hop on live after that. Hell yeah. What part of Texas are you in? No, I won't give it up. No. Because these are just dry. These vocals just need to go through their process, right? They're just pretty dry right now. And they just need position. Waco, shout out to Waco. My wife and I lived in Dallas for about 2.5 years. We moved back to our home city of San Antonio about 6 months ago or so. But we were up there near there at a studio in Deep Ellum, if you know kind of where that is up in Dallas. Ripley, thank you for tapping in. The line is closed today. But we'll be back on again tomorrow. But we were really wanting to we didn't get a chance to go to Waco too much. We were hoping we would. When we lived in Dallas up there, we were just so incredibly busy that we really didn't get a chance to do much of anything, I feel like. But we did want to go to Waco and see some stuff over there. But we never got the chance. No. All right, let's get into the outro here. Excuse me. Need to find a way. So like that's where like if you're gonna add another guitar riff in there, that's where you can you can start to add some other texture over there, but maybe some you can add in some other layers and some other elements there as far as like a lead guitar end line right there and a riff over the outro that gives you a little bit extra texture and character and vibe at the very end. And then like I would just fade it out. So as soon as you start doing it, like you start here. Boom. Dun, 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 dun. Right there. Dun. I would keep the melody in there, but keep it faded out with everything else. Boom, right there. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. You're locked in. That's playlistable. That's replay value. That's retention. That's placement ready. You know what I mean? That's going to just compartmentalize the song a little bit more. It's going to make it concise. It's going to make it really, really strict and really rigid as far as structure goes, which to me is way better than wasting too much time. That right there saves you literally 31 seconds. Just that. Right? Just going into the outro, rolling off into the sunset. Literally, man, it's so good. That saves you 31 seconds. It allows you to have a better instrumental hook on the intro, your interlude, and your outro with guitar and synth. following some sort of a melody like that. And then you have a really nice, easy fade out at the end for about 6 or 7 seconds. And then you're at 2:42. That's right in playlist limitations. That's better for placement. That's better for exposure. It's better for socials. You're going to get better replay value. You're not leaving too much in the song, right? Like sometimes it's good to like leave some to the imagination and make people want to hear the song again if they want to hear it again, right? Y'all please show some love. That's Mead. That's me. That's the family right there. Thank you again for your patience, man. I appreciate you so much, man. That's a beautiful record. It's a really, really nice song. Very, very nice song. I think your vocals are great. Your structure is great. I love so much about the production structure. I love, for one, that you are producing more for yourself now. That's something that's newer for you. This is one of their, not one of their first times maybe, but one of their first times building productions for themselves and just instead of buying beats or working with other producers and stuff like that. So I absolutely love that you are doing this, man. You're taking control over your craft. You're taking control over your money, your royalties, your creativity, man. And that to me is fabulous. I love that so much. So I need everybody to go follow me, show some love and support. We're going to close it up today with Kimura. Kimura is going to be the last of the day. Everyone else who I have on the list over on the Red and Purple app, which I encourage you all, if you haven't already, you can go over there and see the full live stream. I would encourage you to make sure that you are subscribed over there as well. It is very, very helpful for the channel. Do me a huge favor. I was in love. I tried to say hi to the host and saw my comment and wouldn't say hi. That's so rude, Jenna. So rude. I don't get to say hi to everybody, but I do my best. If I see your name pop up in the bottom of the chat, I try to just say, hey, what's up? Thanks for being here. Because I know it's you don't have to be here. There's a million things that you could be doing right now. And some of y'all choose to tap in for even like 5 minutes and just see what in the world is going on here on this live stream. And that means a lot to me. So I genuinely appreciate that so much. Philip, I would love to, by the way, beautiful name. It's also my name. Thank you for tapping in here, but we are closed for today. In fact, we're getting into our last song right now. We got one more song right here. And then we will be live again tomorrow, though. So if y'all are in the chat and y'all are wanting to get your music heard, definitely tap in tomorrow. We'll be live again in the afternoon. I'm Central Time. I'll be live again in the afternoon, so you can send in your music there. We'll open up the lines again for consultations, and then we'll get it going there too. Okay, give me 2 seconds. The host was being rude to me and blocked me. That's crazy. Who's the host, Jenna? That's crazy. Why did they block you? That's weird. You're always so kind and calm. I don't know why they would do that. All right, let's see. This is Kimura. Let's see real quick. Beautiful. Okay, Kimura, you are running us out here. All right, this is an unreleased song coming this Friday, 7 p.m. Forgot to note that. Okay, let's get into it. This is SBU by Kimura and Marzia. Am I saying that correctly? Let me know. I want to make sure I say it correctly. But yeah, Kimura, give me all, you know the deal better than anybody here. Give me all of the details of this track. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix. You know the deal. Because just like our last artist, Marzia, excuse me, just like our last artist, sometimes people were getting beats and we're doing one thing and they switched to trying to do it a different way. So let me know, give me an update on this track, and let's close it out right here, y'all. This will be our last one. Hold on. There we go. It's time for Kimura.
I thought that you were the one, but you left me.
Are you the feature on this song, Kimura? Or are they the feature?
I'm dried up. One more fight. Kept giving you tears and I run. Time and time again, it keeps on playing on the low. Brain keeps trying to find somebody who's exceptional. But
Who was it,
I
Jenna?
can't even take it anymore. 'Cause you're the one who's opening the doors. Something about you, it makes me feel like I'm the one going insane. Something about you, I'll save a place for even if I'm not okay. Something about you, something about you, something about you, something about you.
I thought you wanted to play, but you lost from playing
Oh, wow.
your games, and now I'm locked up. And I'm all together.
Yeah, let everybody else know too. Let them know all of the stuff that you did in this track.
The only one providing us, but who am I to judge? Take it by a little grain of salt. I'm asking for results, but lately we both had enough. Now the wound is getting better now, I guess. But I'm mortified, so why can't we both speak it from our chest?
Something about you, it makes me feel like I'm the one going insane. Something about you, I'll save a place for even if I'm not okay. Something about you, something about you, something about you.
I'll check after, Jenna. I'll check after.
Something about you. Something about you.
Yo, show some love. Show some love. Sanha Music got it spiced with his reproduction. Okay, so they did the new production on it. You wrote it. They did the new production on it. And then the artist that I'm hearing is Marzia. Well, it's two artists. So yeah. Give me all the details. Give me all the sauce. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into the details of this, man. This is a tight record. It definitely reminds me of something about you. Dangerous Woman by Ariana Grande. That's what I was like, what is that reminding me of? Something about you makes me feel like a dangerous woman. That's what that percussion or whatever in the intro right there with that chord reminds me of. Something about you. It still has its own nuances and stuff like that, but that first part reminds me of that. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. Shout out to Kimura. Thank you so much for sending this in. Who are the two artists? Then? It's not bad.
I thought that you were the one.
Okay, that's what I was curious on. That's what I was like. I thought it was you, but then I was making sure there wasn't another feature on there. I was like, I thought that was you. So, hold on. And then you're mixing this. Ugh.
I thought that you were the one, but you left me to sit in the sun.
No, I mean it works beautifully. It works, and y'all's vocals go really, really well. That's crazy, Jenna.
And now I'm dried up. One more fight, kept giving you tears, and I run. Time and time again, it keeps on playing on the low. Brain keeps trying to find somebody who's exceptional, but
How much control really quick? But cleverly reproduce the instrumental to make it more radio-y. Thank you for the follow-up. Yeah, of course. I'm in the middle of the consultation, but I'll do my best to answer it in between stuff as well. And then we're gonna close it up here in just a little bit. Mix the original demo, but collectively reproduce the instrumental to make it more radio. Yeah. Makes 100%. That makes a lot of sense. But you still, is it already in like distribution? I know. I'm interested to know who it is, Janelle. I'll check after the live. Is it already in? Yeah. Is it already in distribution? You said it's about to come out, right? Something about you. Da, da, da. Already in, okay, got you. I have like a note. I'm gonna listen for it going into the hook right here. Okay, yeah, I'll check it after the live. Is it another reviewer, Jen, or just someone random? I'm for a song. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. This is an amazing supportive community. Is it Cirque?
Cirque, am I saying that? Cirque from Dave or something like that? Yeah, 100%. This is an amazing supportive community. In fact, it's probably one of the best places to be if you're just starting out. This whole community is incredibly knowledgeable and supportive. And the whole entire structure of this live stream is to offer specific actionable feedback on people no matter where they're at in their journey. So we've had people come in humming melodies in a vote, in a Starbucks booth to see if we can build chords. And we've had Grammy winning musicians in here sending in their music and their mixes and stuff like that. So it's going to be all the way across the board. So you never need to feel insecure about your quality or where you're at. The goal is just to support. The goal is the goal is just to offer actionable feedback, specific tools, a professional second set of ears to see if there's any way that you can improve on what you're doing. And that's the goal. We've been doing this live stream in this format, doing long form 30-minute consultations for the last 3 years next month. It'll be 3 years next month that we've been doing it nearly every day during the week. And it's been amazing. It's an amazing community. Just full of love and support. It's not a roast live. It's not a roast live. It's not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. That's not what it's about here. That's great if that's in other places, but that's not what it's about here. I'm also not here to hype you up. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to just give you exposure. That's just not what we're doing. There's a lot of places for that. The goal, this is just the music. This is strictly about your music and the details of it, the nuances of it. So if you want to improve, that's what it's all about. I'm Italian, so you'll hear Italian and English mix. Oh, beautiful, fantastic. We had, was it Polish earlier? Was it Polish music earlier? We had an artist here that their whole song was completely in Polish. You're gonna get some Latin tracks. We're gonna get a little bit of everything in here, 100%. All right, let's get a little deeper in here. Okay, so I'll give you Smokey's in the building. What's up, Smokey? I'm going to give a quick little synopsis, a quick little thing that I personally would adapt. But if anything, if this is like going out and it's already there, I wouldn't worry too much about it. But you can kind of take it into your next record if you want to, Kimura. I have like one little insight. I've never been in America or in the UK, but I learned English by myself, and I think I know it really. That's amazing. Props to you. That's not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do. That's amazing. 50,000 views on the previous Smokey. That's amazing. That's amazing. Fantastic. Okay. Her vocals mixed beautifully, by the way. Her layers, her vocal production structure, all fantastic right here. Here's the one thing. Well, let's listen for it. You might want to, Kimura, you might want to hop on over to the Red app. Let me know if you want to, or if you're okay doing that. Hop over to the app so you can hear it a little bit better. I don't know if you have headphones on or not. Let me know. If not, it's fine. If not, it's fine. I'll just mention it. But Smokey, we're closed up to, dude, I'd love to. We're closed up today, but we'll open back up tomorrow. Dude. Yeah, absolutely, man. That's interesting. Let me know when you're over. Yeah, this is our last song tonight, Smokey, and then we're hopping off. Almost done. We're about 5 minutes out from closing it up here. We're back, Kimura. Okay, so here's what I'm listening for. I just wanted you to actually be able to hear it. Over here. And then I'll be on like 2 or 3 p.m. Central tomorrow, Smokey. And then for a couple hours.
The one, but you left me to sit in the sun, and now I'm dried up. One more fight kept getting.
I would love to, Smokey. I know you said you work a lot in hip hop for like 30 years, right, Smokey? I'm excited to hear that because that's very different than the track that we worked on. Yeah, just go to my profile. You'll see if you go to my link tree. If you go to is it Cirque, right? If you go to my link tree, just all the icons at the top. Just follow me there. My Instagram's up there, Twitch, YouTube, etc. All that's up there. Okay. Okay, so here's the one thing that I'm looking for. And this is not a right or wrong thing. It's just a taste thing. And it's also just kind of what I'm picking up on. One of the things to me that makes this, to me personally, feel a little bit less grounded and like solid in the bass line is the bass line is kind of like split open into stereo and like widened a bit, I think a little bit in there. So I don't really get that low bass slide and that low like classic R&B bass like hitting me in the chest. I kind of just hear doo, and it's kind of like out here. But I don't really get any of that energy in mono that just hits the sub, right? That just hits the low frequency divider and hits me in the chest, right? It's really pushed wide. I'm assuming it's like chorused and maybe even widened a little bit more to get it out there. But what's happening is the middle of that mix in mono, you've lost a lot of your bass energy outside of your percussion, of course, and maybe some other elements. And so for me, I don't get a lot of that energy from that bass actually hitting a little bit lower. I mean, I can do an audio swap and maybe two. Yeah. I maybe would, because this is so good. It's so like that's why it's like I have to mention this because we're here and it's in front of me and I can't help it. It's so good, and I would hate for, if you're on DistroKid, you can do an audio swap that makes it. They make it really easy on there. I would hate for it to not do as well as it's such a small detail, but to me it makes a huge impact. Like the bass matters, right? Bass and percussion matters a lot. Someone else do it for us. Okay, yeah, that makes some sense. So let me go a little bit deeper here. Let me see. Yeah, it sounds like it's widened. So I think all of that low end's kind of been pushed out of the way. And so I'm not getting it back in the center. I would love to get that bass back in the center and keep everything else super, super wide. And then on the outside, let me open this up a little bit. When you get into the hook, here's another thing that happens. You have some move. There's, I think, a beautiful piano in the background, some other synths and guitars and stuff. I think because that bass is outside, it's been like mid-side, or, it's been carved out of the middle, pushed wide, it's been widened, whatever it may be, right? It's been pushed so far to the outside that it kind of steps on the toes of like the other instrumentation, as opposed, so it almost sounds like the piano and the bass are competing on one of the progressions. Like one of the notes that it's hitting is like a little bit muddy. You can't distinguish it a whole lot. If that bass gets shrunk back down to mono or closer to, it doesn't have to be completely mono. Obviously you can have some stereo information. But if you just bring it back down closer to mono and allow all of these other side elements to live in their space, I think you'll clarify the mix actually quite a bit. You'll feel the bass more, and you'll get more impact between the kick and the bass and the percussion, and you'll get more separation between the different elements. Because like we always say, if everything's loud, nothing's loud. If everything's wide, nothing's wide. Like you need things to fill in that gap right there. So the bass to me is kind of that missing piece. Let me hear the hook though. Everything else is like, it's really nice, man.
It was exceptional, but I can't even take it anymore. Cause you're the one who's opening the doors. Something about you, it makes.
Right there. So F minor. Something about you. Yeah, F minor. Okay, so like leading into here, I think it's the second chord. I think there's a second that's being hit. It's the second for the F minor. No, it's not the second. Let's hear it. Perfect. Actually, it might be the, so you bring in, let me see, let me use my, whatever, like dissect this mix a little bit here. You have the low bass hits over the F minor to the D sharp. So it's F minor, D sharp, C, D flat. Or was F, F, D sharp, C, C sharp. So that's like your main kind of follows up progression right there. Then you also introduce a pizzicato in the background. So you have your main chord with your bass, your guitars on either side, and then you have a dum boom boom ba, boom 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 boom. That's giving you some like additional little movement, kind of right there in the very, very background. That look for the. I'm going to listen for it this time. I think the bass is following your typical progression. I think the pizzicato that comes in underneath that is the second chord follows a different root note. Check for that. That's what I'm going to listen for right here. I think that's where the mud is coming in. So I think you have like, kind of like right here, and then maybe I'm wondering if it's hitting like the same thing. So the bass goes here, but this stays here. So you're getting that tension between the chords, but tension is fine. Tension, obviously tension is good. You want healthy tension. You don't want everything following the same note in octaves. Tension in the same register can be interesting, especially bass. It's different at the high end, right? Like that sounds different up here than that. Those are the exact same notes. There's a little bit more clarity to it being at a high frequency than a large wave low frequency. That sounds crazy, even though they're the exact same notes on either side. So my assumption is that the bass and the bass and the pizzicato from the strings are competing a little bit by not hitting the same root note of your sequence as it walks down. So again, the bass follows the F, D sharp, C, C sharp right at the low end right there. And City Fathers, welcome in. Good to see you in here. And then I don't think the pizzicato was following that. So double check that. That might be it. I think that's what I'm hearing. So let me back it up a little bit. So let me. So it actually goes to the C. So something about you. Maybe to the A sharp, yeah, to the A sharp minor. So yeah, different progression. My bad. So about you. It's like a 1/3. 4 major. Yeah. It goes back down to the A sharp minor there. So now let me hear. Now it's a different note. So let me hear the note. Yeah, just check the root. So just keep in mind your bass is following F, C. So your like sub bass that you have underneath there, that kind of like chorused sign, F, C, D flat, B flat. That's your progression, right? F, C, D flat, B flat. That's where your like sign is following as far as progression. F, C, D flat, B flat. Make sure, so the only thing I would double check is make sure that your pizzicato on the low end, since it follows a fairly low octave, the pizzicato on the low end, the root note follows the same thing or a harmony to it, or like a complementing duo to that, right? As opposed to something that clashes. That'd be the only thing I would listen for right there. That, and then bringing a bit of a more mono signal to the sub bass and keeping everything else a little bit wider. Those two things right there. Those two things right there is subtle. It's subtle, but to me makes a huge difference in just like the feeling of the song. Because one, it's going to make it all feel grounded because the chords are working together with the sequences and the instrumentation. That's all going to feel right in line and feel really cohesive, as well as that bass really hitting where you want it to, which is at least a little bit closer to mono, maybe with some wider elements over the top of it. I need to find a beat though, and I don't know where I can find the beat that I'm searching for. It depends on the style. There's a ton. I mean, there's so many producers on here. Just search up like artists that you like and things that you're inspired by right here on the, right here in the search bar, and then look up producers that make that same kind of music. There's so many producers out there. Yeah, I hear it again right there in that progression. Yeah, it's just that one note on the pizzicato. Just make sure it's complementing or matching the progression of the bass. All right, let me get into the outro, and then we're going to close it up. I actually want to hear your...
I thought you wanted to play, but you paused from playing your games, and now I'm locked up in a multiplayer run where it takes two, but lately I have been the only
great low register, man.
us, but who am I to judge? Take it by a little grain of salt. I'm asking for results, but lately we both had enough.
You hear your vocal kind of fall out of the mix just a little bit right there. Just, also just make sure that you have a good enough compression structure that you're able to maintain most of that in the song. Because as these big vocal stacks start to fill out the outside of the mix, your lead vocal starts to kind of dive back in comparison. It's just the ratio of loudness between the elements is different, right? So you start building up a bunch of energy, but you still have a lead solo vocal right here. It's harder to compete. So I would just make sure that you're able to maintain prominence with that lead vocal. Double check compression and see if that's one way that you can tighten up the dynamic range. If you already feel like you're pretty tight in your compression, automation might be the way to go, right? Just to make sure that your vocal starts here, loudness comes in the mix, and you just bring that vocal right over the top of it, or just create some space in the middle of the mix for it to sit. But those are really the only things. Let me get into the outro. Your voice is awesome. Your low register is killer, man. It's a really, really nice song structure. You're incredibly, incredibly, incredibly talented. Both of y'all are crushing this, man. I just want to line up production elements in the progression, make sure there's no tension there, and then just make sure that you're maintaining prominence with your lead vocal in the mix going into your verse, because you have such a good low register, but it can get drowned out when you have big, bright stacks of other elements in the mix. So if you can fine tune those things, man, you're going to be good to go. Tim the Truth in the building. What's up, Tim the Truth? Thanks for tapping in. I've got a song for you if you'd like to take a listen. Independent new metal. Let's go, dude. I would love to. We're closed for today. This is the last one that we're actually closing up here in the next like 30 seconds. And then we will be live again tomorrow. So just make sure that you're following. We'll tap and make sure you have notifications notifications turned on for live streams. We'll open up the line again tomorrow. We were on for about 4.5 hours today, so I got to rest my ears. And then we'll tap in tomorrow. We'll open up the line. We'll do a full. These are like 30-minute consultations. We're going to dive deep. We're going to get super nuanced into the structure of your music, which I would love to do, and hopefully offer some some tools and some insight that would be really valuable for you. Thank you so much for tapping in, Tim the Truth, and thank you for the follow as well, man. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's close this out.
Something about you, I'll save a place for even if I'm not okay. Something about you, something about you.
So good, man. So good. Yeah, she crushes that, dude. She's so talented. I mean, both of y'all are, but man, she's a beast. She's got an incredible range, incredible voice. And yeah, you're really able to hold down that low octave too, man. It's really well done across the board. It's just a matter. It's just a matter of creating space for all of these elements and making sure that in not only loudness, because I think that's what most people focus on, is like, is this loud enough or not loud enough? And they want to make sure that it sits in the mix. The other side of that is making sure that positioning is locked in too, right? So if you have a stereo element, where it sits in stereo, left to right, but also like center to out, right? Depth in the mix as well. Like there's so many other things that you have to keep in mind when it comes to mixing, especially a lot of stacks, a lot of vocals and things like that. And that's one of the things I want you to focus on, is not just pushing everything wide to create a wide mix. You need center. You need something grounding. You need things coming at you right down the middle, and kind of stacking from there. Y'all give it up one time. Closing this out today. That's Marzia and Kimura. Beautiful record, man. Just phenomenal vocal structure, good writing all the way across the board, man. Very talented. I think those things that we talked about will definitely be worthwhile of a file switch through DistroKid. I think it would be worthwhile to just give it another week. Like, it's in distribution right now. It'll just take another week to update. Scott, thank you for the follow. It'll just take another week or two to update, and then just switch out that file with an updated one with the bass addressed, some of the vocal layering addressed, and some of those other chordal progression details that we were talking about between the sub bass and the pizzicato. If you can address those things, dude, it's going to be a polished, powerful record. I think you could do incredibly well. So y'all, please show some love to the family. That's Kimura. Kimura is always so incredibly generous and supportive, man. I appreciate you a lot. Is it free to sing my song? No, it is not for these consultations that we're doing right here. These are detailed, long-form, 30-minute consultations that are a paid service. But y'all, please show some love to the family. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for sending in your music. I appreciate it a lot. We were on for 4.5 hours today, which is a beast. We'll be on again tomorrow in the afternoon. I'm Central Time, so please make sure that you are following on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed on Twitch. Make sure that you're following and subscribed. Make sure you're following on TikTok right now. That will definitely improve your odds of being notified, and make sure you have notifications turned on for the live stream if you would like to join the queue tomorrow. We had a whole bunch of people on the line today. If any people did not get heard today, they will be heard to the next time that they're able to hop in and get themselves up on the board. Interesting. Okay, yeah, let's do a quick giveaway. I need y'all to hop in the chat with the peace sign. If you want to get in this giveaway, hop in the chat with the peace sign, and then we'll close it up. Hop in the chat with the peace sign. Let me get to my list here really quick. We're going to do a quick 10 credit giveaway. Hop in the chat with the peace sign. We got Joseph in the building, and then Joseph, you already have 10 saved for you as well. We got Joseph. We got Live Heat, or is it Live Heat? That is annoying, Jenna. That is annoying. Peace sign in the chat, y'all. Peace sign in the chat. If you want to get in this giveaway, we're giving away 10 in credit. We'll be live again tomorrow, so you can drop this straight in there. You only get one, Joseph. You only get one. He's just coming in on every account. Just coming in. Man, how does he have 7 accounts? Last chance. We're gonna go pretty quick, y'all. We're gonna go pretty quick. So I'm not gonna wait too long. Hop in the chat with a peace sign. Hop in the chat with a peace sign if you want to get into this giveaway. I got Joseph. I got Live Heat right here. Okay, then you have to, if you do it, Jenna, you have to give it to one of the other people in the giveaway if you win. We got Kimura. So we got Joseph, Live Heat, Jenna, and Kimura. So one of those, if you win it, then you can donate it to whoever you want, who's also on the board. Jenna's in the building. We're giving away credit for consultation tomorrow. Yeah, so we're giving away so people can help get themselves up on the board. They can get themselves in line for a consultation tomorrow. So we're donating $10 in credit to help them get a boost up on the board. That way they can get heard even if they weren't able to. And I'll save it to my list for the next time we get on, which will be tomorrow. All right, last chance. I've got Joseph, Lifey, Jenna, Kimura, and wait, I have Jenna twice. Why did I put Jenna twice? Hold on. Scott. I don't know why I was reading Jenna's. It's supposed to be Scott, not Jenna. What the hell? All right, y'all. Last chance. If you want to get in this giveaway. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Door closed. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. Choose a number between 1 and 5. It's focus. It doesn't want to. It's a 1. Oh yeah, you can see it. It's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1. Ari's in the building. Ari, you just missed one of the giveaways. It's a 1. That means Joseph. Joseph. All right, Joseph, you got 20 in credit waiting for you, man. You got 20 to drop on their heads. 20 to drop on their heads. Shout out to Joseph. Shout out to the family. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for tapping in today. Congratulations to Joseph on the giveaway. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Definitely make sure you're following. Quick spiel before we hop off. For those of you who don't know, I do work full-time as an engineer, producer, and session musician. So if you're ever interested in services, whether that is tracking synths, live drums, guitars of all kinds, vocals, percussion, all the way across the board, you need full production packages, you need a mix and mastering engineer, shoot me a message on TikTok, on Instagram, or reach out through the contact form of our website, theobsidiankey.com, which you can find in my link tree. Give me or just shoot me a message on any of those platforms in any form, and I'll make sure that I get back to you as soon as I possibly can. We can talk about your budget and talk about your timeline and stuff like that. Would absolutely love to be able to work with you in any capacity and bring your creativity to life. I'm honored. I would like to thank my mom, my dad, wherever he is, God, and Mango Popsicles. That's valid. That's so valid. Y'all, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have an amazing rest of y'all's evening.